What's going on, everybody out there? C1122, Waiting Out Radio. Here for Anarchy Television. I will be your host for the evening. Well, until I run out of battery life, anyway. Probably. I'm not at full percent, so. What's up, Huckleberry? I know you get around the YouTube streets out there, Huckleberry. I'm gonna tell you. So what's on your mind? Big gal? Huh? What's going on? Welcome in. Oh yeah, right on. I just got home a little while ago, and I was sitting here. I was watching the sun go down, and I figure, why not? I might as well just put the camera here in front of me, and you can sit there and watch the sunset with me. And you know what I'm saying? And my dogs are out there playing, so it makes it even more something else to look at because they're fucking beautiful. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the only reason I asked Huckleberry anyway, because I mean, I'm tired of saying, seeing the same old shit over and over and over again, or it's regurgitated from something else. And what do you think everybody's not talking about? What do you think is on the other side? Like when you're all everybody's paying attention to the right hand, the fucking left hand's picking your pocket type of shit. Sleight of hand scenario. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's so. Mm. You gotta think about it. It's a guaranteed paycheck. because they steal from us in the first place. So they's like, there's no worries. We're, the American people are the collateral anyway. That, when they say put it on my tab, they mean our fucking wealth that they're stealing from us. You know what I'm saying? But hey, just put that on the American people's tab. They don't mind, right? Oh, but my God, we wouldn't have roads. We wouldn't have fucking roads. The fucking roads, man. We wouldn't have any fucking roads. You know what I'm saying? Fuck. Dude, I mean, honestly, man, I don't understand why that can't be the common, link to every fucking human on this fucking planet is the idea of taxes being evil. I don't understand why that's not a thing. Well, I do, but I don't, if you understand what I'm trying to say. You. What's up? What? If anybody wants to jump up, you guys just let me know and I'll fucking put the link in. I mean, because otherwise I'm just babbling on and watching the sunset. And I don't know how I mean, I'll watch the sunset and then depending on how much, probably end up going into the house and fucking putting this on charger and shit and fucking, because otherwise my battery's going to go dead longer. I don't know exactly. I mean, I got about fucking 80%, so that'll be a little bit. I mean, but the StreamYard, StreamYard, nice view. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, um, I love Mother Nature, but for some reason, man, I've got a mechanical gremlin that has fucking been following me all my goddamn life when it comes down to fucking vehicles. It never fucking fails. For some reason, but I think I'm gonna have to probably this weekend dig into. Well, I mean, I got to take at least one of the valve covers off. I want to take one of those things off and look at my rocker arms and shit like that. And I want to check all that stuff, And if I don't find anything in that one, I'll go ahead and do the other side. But the other side just going to be it's a little bit more stuff in the way, but it's not a big deal. It's easier on these older vehicles anyway than newer shit. But I think I got something going on, and I hope it's not like a head gasket. You know what I mean? Because honestly, that's a little bit more than I can do. But that's another thing too, man. Just trying to find somebody decent. You know what I mean? That would do me right. You know what I mean? And fix the problem. Or I don't mind doing the wrenching. I really don't. I don't mind fucking turning a wrench at all. If I had somebody who's standing there, it's like, pointing his finger and say, no, 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 okay, here, this is what you gotta do, this, that, da, 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 da. And go through all that and do it the right way, but me doing it myself, you know what I'm saying? I'd actually almost prefer that. Actually, if I had somebody I knew around this area, which I don't at the moment, watch YouTube vids. Well, I thought about doing a few. I mean, I have been looking around, but there's some things that I don't know. It just involves. I know, like for instance, a head gasket. I have to take the whole top end off just to get to that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, man. Plus, I don't have this. I don't have like. Well, I do, but it'd be redneck as fucking hell when it comes down to doing that. I mean, the epitome of shade tree mechanic. You know what I'm saying? KP, what's up? What's up? Intimidating. Yes, it is. Well, see, that's the thing, and I can probably do it, but I just I don't have like a slab or even anything like that. I've got dirt that I'll be on, and then on top of that, I mean, I am under a pole barn. There is that, but I don't know. I gotta have this for work, so I mean, I don't want to get into something that I don't know how to get myself out of. You know, I mean, it really depends. Like what you really don't know what's going on until I mean exactly until you open it up and look in it and fucking start digging around and you find something. But other than that, I mean, it could be like hairline cracks. I mean, some shit like that. Fucking, you know, whatever. But that's a little bit more than I want to get. I personally, unless it was like a project. If it's but no, this is something I need for. I mean, I don't. Well, it just would be a pain in the ass because then I mean, it's actually that is one of the benefits of what I'm working now. Is just like it's close by. I can ride my bike if I wanted to. It's just be a pain in the ass. I can do it. I just rather not have my truck down. I mean, if it's something somebody can do in I don't know, a few hours. If it's just like a head gasket, for instance, if nothing else is wrong along the way, um, just getting down there, replacing it. Truck dream, and you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you something, Huckleberry. I am serious, and I'm thinking about. I gotta find them. But you know the old myth about the bells on the bottom of the bikes, right? I don't know if you know or not, but anyway, I don't know if you say it's like a superstition, whatever. I don't know if it's myth, whatever. I don't know, But I'm thinking about fucking hanging some fucking bells under my truck, man. I think I got some bells somewhere now. Think about it, somewhere, or I can. Yeah, I mean, shit, it couldn't hurt. All it could do would just be beneficial. Marcy, how you doing? So I don't know, but I've had like these mechanical fucking gremlins, man, fucking you know uh, haunting me all my life. When it comes down to vehicles, it's like I'm damned. I'm a doomed soul when it comes down to fucking um, wrenching on cars. It's not necessarily my cup of. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I can probably do it, but it's something that I'd rather be like a project type of thing. Hell, I'd like to build my own fucking bike, but because I mean, I know what I like, and just I don't know. Chinese parts. It could be, I don't know, but it's possible that this stuff was already just like some. It's been there for a while anyway. Like for instance, the Sophia. All right, B, what's up? Um, previous owner stuff. That just didn't show his face until now. Um, my dyslexia is that's probably why you're laughing. Oh shit! What the fuck did I just do? Oh, there it is. This no, I got it right, Sophia. Damn. Um, with the um horizontal uh mode, or like when I'm flipped horizontal like this, I can only see like one comment at a time, and it fucking sucks. When I'm vertical, when I turn it vertical, which I'll probably do just so I can see the chat when more people start popping in. But you know, it's just annoying. I mean, I turn it vertical and I can see like 3 or 4 comments at one time. But I don't know. But even then, I got uh, some relaxant to get my head right. Just I don't know. I don't know what y'all doing. What y'all doing? I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I'm seriously. And I used to wear bells on my bike because I was like, I wasn't gonna give it a fucking chance. I was like, I was gonna use whatever I could. You know what I'm saying? To give them. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm seriously thinking about fucking putting some bells on my truck just for that fucking reason. Why not? Can't hurt. It can only benefit, in my opinion. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, if you guys know, I don't know. I can't remember exactly the whole. I don't know. Put it this way. It's kind of like it's like this. If I was to dumb it down to like I guess my IQ or whatever, you know, it would be that the road gremlins that live on the road basically and haunt like bikes and shit. It creates like havoc, like I don't know, electrical problems, mechanical problems, and shit like that while you're out on the road. And the 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 the, the belief or whatever, or whatever you want to call it, the theory or the folklore behind it is the bells attract the road gremlins into the bell and get caught inside the bell. And while you're riding down the road, the bell rings and stuff, and that like a lure. attracts them into the bell and traps them. That's kind of what I get out of it. I mean, I don't know exactly I don't know. I'm sure some of you guys can look that shit up. I mean, you can anything with motorcycles and fucking bells, you can probably find some shit. Haven't heard that, but uh, yeah, there's a whole story from what I understand about it. Yeah, no shit. That's for real around here in Florida. Alligators for sure. Alligators and deer and everything else. Anything else actually. Anything else that runs out in front of you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff to look out for when it comes down to actual just animals. Not to mention the road gremlins. Because on a motorcycle, man, I mean, it's not like you can just make that into roadkill and not worry about it. You know, there's some vehicles it's more dangerous to slam on the brakes on some vehicles, so they just run right through it. That's the reason why I don't want my dogs to get comfortable with that hard road out there. I mean, it was bad enough when it was a dirt road, but still, there was a lot of potholes and stuff like that back then. It slowed people down a little bit, but every once in a while, you get some lonely fucking cop that wants to just hide out and run the clock, and they'll find one of these back roads and hang out here and fucking around with all these locals around here. It's, you know, I've seen them guys, man. What's up, Snook? Oh, Joe, I didn't see you come in. I'm sorry, man. When I'm horizontal, all I can see is like one you hop. What's up? Hold on. I'm gonna put this fucking vertical so I can fucking see the chat better. All right, there we go. You guys can still see out there. You guys let me know, man. If anybody wants to hop up, man, keep me company on fucking panel, man. You're welcome up. If I'm especially, I mean, put it this way: if I know you, I mean, if I have to get to know you a little bit. If it's either in the chat or some other way before, I'll let you up on the panel. But if anybody does want to come up, then knows, you know who you are if you know me, and just let me know. Oh, okay. Well, bring it on, Joe. Hold on. Let me get the thing and put the thing in the thing over there. And come on up if you want to. If you want to. What you guys up to on there, man? Oh, I have to go back and read Snooks' fucking comments because I was like, I didn't realize anybody was in there for a second. I wasn't paying attention to them. Paying attention to the chat. Anyway, okay. I think I'm caught up. Anyway, it's okay. Yeah, yeah. Is that what you're trying to tell me? It's almost at the tree line. I mean, it's there almost. I'd say probably less than 30 minutes, maybe. What is that? Maybe. I don't know.
My man,
So what's going on, man?
that's good, pal. Oh my God, you reminded me of home in Colorado with that view, bro. Ah, ah. I didn't know I missed it until I fucking saw that. I didn't know. Oh man, and I thought I had it sweet. I guess my shit was sweet. I used to watch the sunrise from the bed. But that back porch shit is perfect too, Joe. This is a perfect time of year. Everything's lined up. That's nice.
Yeah, I don't. Well, see, yeah, I don't have any windows pointing to the sunrise, but I do have the sunset at least.
Yeah, my sunset window was fucked up in Colorado, so I had to. Only one was outside of the kitchen, and in the wintertime we had plastic on it and the screen door, so you couldn't really see shit anyway. So I had to go outside and film the sunsets anyway. I think I prefer sunrise, man. Well, I don't know, sunsets are beautiful, but sunrise when you got a chick, it's great. Yeah, I watched the sunrise together every morning. Oh, nothing beat that.
Shit to do. So what's up, man? I
Uh,
mean, put it this way. I'm just trying to figure out what. All right, you know, there's a lot of okay in this panel verse, for instance. All right, there's all this shit. What everybody's talking about and what everybody isn't talking about. I mean, what do you think people aren't talking about?
mm.
You know what I mean? Because I'm sitting there thinking about this like sleight of hand type of trick. While everybody's talking about and paying attention to the right hand, everybody in the fucking left hand's in there sneaking in there and picking your pocket.
I
So
have.
I mean,
I
you
think
know,
I know one of the left-handed things to talk about, but I don't want to poison your shit. I want to hear you what you think first.
no, I'm that's what I was just sitting there. I was contemplating that, for instance, it's like what is not being talked about,
Well,
or or at least what's not being, or what's being um made not to talk about. You know what I
here
mean?
I'll give you a couple that I thought was weird, and they're kind of being talked about and not, like the Epstein shit and the war. I thought it was interesting that Bill Clinton and Trump, they've been going at it. I don't know if Bill was like, let's bring it on. When that shit happened, let's do it. When his shit came up, his shit was in there. He threw Trump under the bus. He was like, we can go live. They got, but they called. This is interesting to me. I think they called Hillary in first, who was never even there, nothing to do with anything. And they gave us all of her paperwork, every word she said, even video, I think they showed us. And then Bill's. And then soon as Bill finished, they find Trump and asked him, what do you think about Bill Clinton? He might have still been testifying. And he was like, I think it's a shame. Poor guy. Shouldn't have to go through that. And as soon as he says that, he bombs fucking Iran. So I'm like, I wonder if they didn't talk and this was part of the plan. This is how we're going to work it out. We're going to keep you out of the so and so the day before I drop the bombs and shit, is when we'll have you get your testimony. That way it won't hit the news. And as far as the whole war shit, no one's talking about, everybody's talking is nuclear war, nuclear shit, terroristic threat shit. The obvious, I think, to catch like me and you is Israel has got to take Temple Mount. They must, right? That's the checkmate in this chess piece, that the war shit. So when I'm talking to people about war, they're talking all the time. In my head, I'm thinking this is a religious war that Israel's been after forever, and it ends with them getting the Temple Mount. No one's talking about that. Everybody's buying the smoke. There are a
well,
host of other. Go ahead.
I mean, well, no, I mean, I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, on that, what you just, what popped in my mind when you were just sitting there, what you said what you said was like, I was thinking about um, that overlapping here in America.
Yeah.
You know
How?
what I'm saying?
Yeah. What about the overlap?
Well, I'm asking, I mean, do you think it's a serious thing to think about or no?
You have to know uh country, president, person, and I assume it's more than one person, but let's assume it's just Trump and he's crazy. No one person would attack another country with the motherfucker unless they're invested. Like for instance, we're friends. You may get to, throw a couple pounds of weed in my car as we ride across, but I'm not gonna ride with you to murder your ex-wife. You understand? So if for you to do that, I must be in. Therefore, the U.S. and or Trump must be in. So it must affect us. That's the way I would think. Just because it has severity action was you did it with them day one. I was at the murder with you. Nigga, if you gonna stab, I'm a shooter. If I
Well, I'm just saying because I mean, all right, I mentioned this to this guy one time because he was really getting into the religious thing of Christianity and stuff, and I was sitting there, I was like, well, I mean, that's fine. You can have faith all you want, but the thing is, it's like, is that faith going to save you from a suicide bomber? You know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying?
may
Um,
not, but I understand what you're saying. It would be a really cool thing. I saw, something where someone's a couple of them now are popping in my head quicker and quicker about where someone's faith did them a service. In that situation, where the person prayed or whatever, and the guy left him alone, prayed, and gun didn't fire. And one pops in my head that I thought was great. This guy really looks good because it was one of them shows where you scare people. Scare tactics are one of those, and the guy has a kid. He's a lab assistant, and when they're working in the lab, he come out as it turned out that I'm the demon ball or whatever they do, and the countdown is going on. They're going to die in there when the countdown goes off. He's mad scientist. The kid flips around and say, well, fuck it. I'm ready to go. I love you, Father God, and just rush the dude. Oh my God, look at this nigga. He's like, wait, it's a prank. It's a prank. Is this nigga for the die for his God? Oh, but that's neither here nor there. I hear what you're saying, right? You need to think ahead and avoid the suicide bomber.
well, yeah, I mean, yes. Um, it's kind of like expect it to happen, but hope it doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
um, because I
and
mean, think about it. You think about it. Some of these people, man, just because of their religion,
right,
they're willing to die for it, and they're
yes.
willing to die for their country also, and they're willing to probably go across the fucking water to get
What
to and
it's
fight.
it's a
You
lot of them
know.
here. They don't have to come across water. A lot of them been living here forever.
Well, I
So
agree. I
if
agree.
there are religious zealots living here and you make a martyr of someone, that encourages them more to die for their cause, and you
Right.
kill their number one leader, then the zealots, yeah, that's how you make Timothy McVeigh type motherfuckers that plot and fuck you up on a certain date and shit because they're trying to be martyrs like the guy you martyred. In
Right.
fact, over there I was looking at something, and they got, when you go to like the bodegas and stuff, there are like scarves and posters with
Right.
people's pictures on it.
Yeah.
These are the martyrs. They're all young men, and they're like sex symbols to them. Like buying a poster when we were younger. You want the poster of fucking, I don't know, Brooke Shields or something. I thought
Okay.
that was interesting that
Right.
these guys I admired, like fucking Danny. What is his name? I'm thinking of the really hip dude on Welcome Back, Cotter. Danny, right? Danny, I don't know his real name. John Travolta, when he was a kid, played on Welcome Back, Cotter. That nigga, like all the bitches was Danny. No, it ain't. What was his name on Welcome Back, Cotter? It's gonna kill me now. Okay, maybe it's not Danny. Do
And
you remember?
and
Do you remember?
DeVito? No, not
No,
DeVito.
no. Do you remember Welcome Back, Cotter? It's
Yeah.
okay. Uh, what's the guy name I just called? He used to play when he was a kid. He played the real cool kid on there. And
Oh,
uh
um,
uh
oh shit. Man, you had
uh hey
dude.
Siri, show me the cast of Welcome Back Carter.
Welcome back. Carter features Alex Borstein and Seth MacFarlane.
I have no idea what that is. John Travolta is his name. Vinny Barbarino. That's what it was. Vinny
Yeah,
Barbarino.
there you
But
go.
he tells the story of how and this wasn't his story. It was Boom Boom Washington. He was the star basketball player on there. If you remember,
Was it Harlem Globetrotters, the Harlem Globetrotters, or whatever you what was it?
no, they was in a school. They was school kids. And it was a really bad school, and their teacher had came back to that neighborhood to teach. And he was really a cool cat. It was a really big back in the day, but the show blew up unexpectedly, and the guy who was the second lead on the show talk about when they how what it was like being a star. He was like, you couldn't walk through a mall, everybody was all over you. John Travolta was the number one star, and that's when he made Saturday Night Fever, and that shit blew. He was like, I thought I was a star until I found out John couldn't even go to the mall. The people would be all over him in a parking lot. So he was. Yeah, this is how the bitches love him, and this is how they got like K-pop stars or something in their bodegas for the young girls. They get pictures of the hot niggas that got blown up. That give you the mentality of the niggas who over here shooting and blowing shit up. They want to be fucking on that cover of Teen Magazine, and they want the broads doing it, and you only get there when you die type shit. They think
Right,
different.
man. And
And
that,
he, uh,
and I think that might be a thing that's like kind of like a cognitive dissonance when it comes down to other people because they don't want to believe that kind of shit. They want to believe this is what it is. It's not. You know,
yes,
they don't see that people can actually be like that, so they don't think it exists.
that's a good one. That's dope. It's true because me and you would have been there where until you meet that really evil motherfucker, you be like, shit, I ain't know niggas like this even existed. I know some murderers,
Well,
Uh,
man,
then you got to step up to like with the Epstein shit. I was in my cognitive dissonance. I remember a man showed me Pizzagate. I invested in all and investigated it, and
oh
because I didn't
damn,
want to.
was I at that party?
I was at the Diddy party.
Damn.
That was
Yeah.
and then the Epstein shit. Then I read a book. I finally found a book on one of the chicks who was over there. She even included some pictures, and I was like, "Fuck, I think I gotta believe this shit." But I was one where I wouldn't even listen to a nigga like that's crazy talk.
Right.
That's crazy. And then you find out they was shipping motherfuckers and all of that shit. And then the Epstein shit turned out is worse than I thought. Fucking
Well,
celebrities are talking about eating kids and shit with motherfuckers.
well, see,
Just
okay, check this out, man. I was sitting there thinking about it. All right, there's actually have you ever seen that movie? Was it oh shit, Prey or something like that, where the elite people were like hunting other people. They would like kidnap them, put them on like a place out like in a different country or whatever, and then they would hunt them down.
I
All right,
saw one long time ago with Ice T was the guy they were hunting down. They would kidnap motherfucker from the hood and hunt him down. But it
okay, check
sounds
this out.
yeah.
Well, there's actually groups in real life that are doing that shit.
Yeah,
They
that
would
came
go to
up
these.
too.
They were going up in like places like Bosnia, or whatever. These like conflicts that were going on, or whatever, and these like,
Yeah,
and they would pay to get to be like a sniper, where they would
yeah.
can just pick people off, and they didn't care if it was civilian or not. They
Ah,
would pay to do it.
they shoot a lot of Israeli people who be over there get shot, kids and shit. I wonder if they're not part of the people who get paid to go over there and shoot a nigga.
Well, you think about it, it's like it's like an elite hunting club.
No, 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 no. This is what I was gonna say. The Epstein shit got the elite hunting club. They
Oh,
talk. They take
yeah.
motherfuckers to places and they hunt humans. They
Yeah,
talking about it in
probably.
there
I wouldn't.
exactly what you're talking
uh,
about in there.
Yeah, I can't prove shit, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Um,
but the emails that they was talking about hunting, literally hunting motherfuckers. I know I
yeah.
would have saved it, but it's so many of them. I wouldn't know where that motherfucker buried, and I'd be trying to get them immediately because they disappear. They disappear, get buried, bro, quick. Um, and that's in there too. One of them came out about Jeffrey when he got caught the first time. It was all over Google. And a motherfucker from Google sent him an email talking about, okay, we're done. When you pop up your name, it comes up as an investor. If you pop up a pedophile or so and so, it'll take you to a whole different location. Wikipedia no longer comes up with that shit on there. And the second search, if they do this, there was like, so there's no sign of you, and we want you to know that other people can upload, and we'll be on top of that. But as it is now, you're good, and you got to give us time when something else pops to get rid of it. So that just tells you how they clean who they want to clean. They just get rid of the results for it. And his was super thorough. Uh, and it looks like the FBI, if you read the files, FBI and the Department of Justice is in on it too. A person would call them and be like, they used to work for Jeffrey, and they, and this was their job to do this crazy shit. Or I just came off the island with this guy Jeffrey and Trump, and this and that happened, and they threatened me. Or somebody else be like, I came off the island and they told me they would murder me, and they murdered my friend. Somebody else, like, they made me watch them bury two little girls' bodies. All of
Right.
these things that the FBI would call, some of them, not even all of them. Well, this is what they write down, because you got to write down what they did to investigate the complaints. The call was most one call. Sometimes they would call twice. This is what they're writing. Don't mean they did it. And then they'd be like, no answer. And that was it. This is how they investigated big guys. Like for years. This shit been going on like 15 years, and all of them are in there. So
That's how they're
it's,
trained, though. I mean,
yeah, of course, they already would know. First time they try to do that, someone would tell them, no, you can't do that. And they would know what to do. Yeah, this chick was texting. Blue, Blue, you had to meet her by now. My friend in Texas, I had to tell you about it because
it
I'm
could be.
sure.
I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm
Uh,
saying?
yeah,
I
I
mean,
think maybe I brought over here. I don't know. I know that I talked to you about it. Anyway, it's a friend of mine that when I had left you, I went to see her. So I know me and you would have talked about it. I left you and in the hotel or wherever we parted and went straight to
yeah.
her crib in Texas. So I would have had to tell you I'm
10-4.
going to see her.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's her text me about. So
10-4.
uh,
Yeah, I do know of her. Yes, I do.
yeah, yeah. And also, I think what they're not talking about is like I see it lining up for the chip shit. I was gonna say just ID shit, but the ID shit leads to the control shit where they gotta everybody must have an identifying chip.
Well, okay.
And, go ahead.
Well, all right. Think about it, like your children, your grandchildren, your great grandchildren. All right, and the one's not even born yet. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so I mean, this is what we're leaving behind. This is what we're. I mean, that's what if we don't get forced into it before we're dead. Um, I mean, like the digital ID, the digital currency, the fucking maybe even some, and get
It's
forced.
on that trajectory. I
I
hear
know it's
you.
like
So
that
even if we don't,
agenda
yeah,
2030. That's what it is.
yeah.
It's heading straight toward that. Doesn't matter who's got the job.
I remember.
It
I
just
was,
seems like we would have head there faster, depending on who's at the helm. You know what I'm saying?
that yes, Trump was perfect. I read the 20. I didn't read all 900 pages, I think it was, but I read the agenda 2030 shit as much as I could. Well, I could have read more, but you know what I mean. And I remember because people were talking about it on the internet. That's the only reason I read a bunch of it. And I was
Well,
telling them Trump was in there, and motherfuckers calling me an outright liar. He's not in there. I'm like, wait a minute, you ain't looked at it. He's not in there. He's not even mentioned. It has nothing to do with Trump. And now we know he was mentioned it like 300 times. And they got a list of 5 things that they wanted to achieve, their top 5. And Trump has done them all, including invade Iraq, take Venezuela, whatever the fuck he's done. All of that shit was written in there before
for
this even
sure.
happened. And the one that they haven't done yet was they tried twice. I've been watching the news. Is all government, not state, all government employees will have to be right wing. They wouldn't have said right wing. They'd have said right leaning principles, ideas, or whatever. So anybody who's from the left cannot even uh, participate and have a government job. And they propose to have a questionnaire and an interview process where they ask you shit and to see if they're going to call it pro country, and if you don't, so and so. So they did it with the FBI first, and that came out. They were asking them, was the election stolen? They want to make sure that they sided with Trump, and then that got leaked and they denied it and all of that shit, and
And
a
you know,
couple. Yeah.
okay, no, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
And I have a couple more instances where it came out where they employees and journalists, if you've been watching the news the last couple of days, like about a couple of days ago, I don't know, 2 days ago maybe, somebody had won their lawsuit. Oh, the Pentagon, the press, they kicked all the Democrats out the Pentagon, the press, and they won their lawsuits. And today, rather than institute the lawsuit, because it was the day they had to do it, they come up with new rules. They're like, okay, we're going to throw out the old rules, and they put the same one and they rephrase them. And when they found the guy who wrote them, he was like, well, it ain't the same. It's the same thing, but we rephrased it in a different way. And whatever the fuck. But this is them trying to get rid of the Democrats, and anyone in any positions have to share their point of views. That's part of the 2030 shit.
All right, check this out. You know, them ratchet ass damn hood rats are gonna fucking say, I'm Republican. Don't matter what the fuck, just get the job.
Right.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yes. They're aware of it. And you'll get some power at some time. Let's assume they're successful, and they are now, right? And you'll get power and you'll see the real people come out. All of these
Um,
people who will say anything to get the job, when they get a taste of power, they're going to be the ones out front. Fuck them. They ain't do
yeah.
nothing for us. You don't love your country. These meek
Right. You
followers will
know what
be
I'm
the
saying?
biggest proponents. Yeah.
Well, see, you know, yeah, man, Joe. All right, damn, dude. No, it's gonna get worse though. That's the thing.
It's got two, right? I paid 277 for gas on the tank that I'm on now.
Oh, did
And
you hear about the fucking refinery that fucking blew up yesterday or day before yesterday
and
in
now I'm paying
Texas?
four
In
dollars and something, by the way. Refinery that blew up in Texas, you say?
Texas. Yeah, yeah, Texas.
I might have. I
It was
would have.
like, well, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like one of the biggest ones in the country too.
Yeah, I would have looked into it though, and I must have labeled it. Here, I mean, uh,
It was like yesterday.
Texas refinery blowing up. Shelter in place lifted after an explosion. Texas oil refinery. Officials say the oil refinery near Texas had been put on a shelter in place. Which means they were afraid that it was terroristic or something. Shelter in place order was lifted. Air quality. They saying they did it for air quality. After a large explosion at the complex, plumes of fire. No one was injured. It was an explosion. All personnel accounted for. Images are online. Plume of smoke. It could have been something, because they're not saying exactly what it was. If they could, they would immediately, so people don't think shit. So with the fact that it ain't at the top of the story, they're saying it was a so and so, a massive so and they're putting it on the company that they're not doing that. She urged the residents to stay sheltered, the air monitoring, and they're making it all about air as if that's the only concern. That's interesting. I think that I think that they're really good at what they do. That COVID shit showed me how smart they were. I was like, we're checkmated. That COVID shit was brutal.
That'd be crazy if they had those fucking robot dogs that were running around that plant.
I think, you know, I've been seeing some good video of other countries instituting them now. So,
Yeah, I mean, they're using them in places like that, or
yeah. Oh, oh, this the voter shit. Remember, if I'm right, and you have to get that chip, and you too, apparently you believe it too, and they have to get the chip. The precursors, would be this would be part of the precursor. This thing that they're pushing for the voter thing, where everybody must have facial eye
yeah,
shit or whatever
that
the
comes
fuck
into
it is.
real. Yeah, it comes into
Yeah,
the digital ID, the digital
yeah,
currency.
right.
Yep.
This would be a part of it.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, yeah,
That's
that
the
real
problem.
ID, and
That's the
then it'll
problem,
be
dude. If
what
you
it.
don't have it, you can't exist in their society, and you're being
Right,
like, what I'm saying?
right, right.
So in a sense, okay, in a sense, what I'm thinking is more like, like the railroad underground of jobs, sometimes it'll be like that kind of thing. We'll have our own, like,
Of course.
um,
And you'll be attacked and hassled for it, like dope dealers are over here. We have our own underground shit of jobs and the hustle, and we're demonized and we're
right.
evil and laws are created. It'll be the same thing. They'll portray you. I don't care how innocent it is. If you're working one guy field,
Yeah,
potatoes, and he worked your field, so y'all can,
that's
you
the
will be,
thing. So that's the
yeah,
thing, though. Okay, all right. There's a quote from a movie. Anyway, the battle for the mind of North America will be fought in the video arena, the Videodrome. All right, that you think about it. When it comes down to what the minds of today, not our generation, but the minds of today are being controlled with because they've had it all their life. You know what I
right.
mean? In that video arena, we're like in the Thunderdome in this fucking shit right here. You know what I'm
For
saying?
for that matter, then, because this just continues after we die, our kids, like you said, we know what the video arena looks like. It
Right,
used to look like when we were younger, you had all control of it and you had undivided attention, meaning if you put out a 2 hour show, you, as long as you bought three networks, you had everybody's attention. That's what we
right.
grew up
That's
under,
true.
and the programming that we got. Now
Right,
there's a fight and a mad scramble, and the brain
right,
has been taught that you get 15 seconds before they move on. There will be
right.
a mad scramble to control that shit. This is not something you just relinquish. And I know that the number one terrorist threat has always been radical right-leaning terrorists in the country. They took that off and put number one threat as the internet and assigned the agents to that. So now the agents are reading your emails, not your email, I don't know, yeah, your
Yeah, yeah,
DMs, and
yeah, everything,
as opposed to looking for terrorists, they're looking for niggas like you talking about the country
everything.
fucked up, Joe. I can't believe
Exactly.
Trump.
I
Yeah.
know. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
All right, just because, all right, that's the most American thing when it comes down to it. In the core of it is being against government. I mean,
I,
that was the
I
whole
dig
fucking
it.
thing. That's like that true American right there, in my
I
opinion.
gotta
Because
I
that's
gotta
like the
remember
fucking
that.
king, and they're acting like fucking kings. You know what I mean? All of them.
I
They're like acting like their own little, like, level kings, different levels.
I
What I'm
agree.
saying?
Even your mail lady, or she's usually pretty nice, but
Right,
if you go to the building she works at, the people on the other side of that counter, any government jobs, fucking, I don't care what it is, aid office, they're kings. DMV, they're
right,
gods to you.
right, right.
Uh, Shit, like in order to go somewhere and ask for a record, I'll shut down a whole building and call the police. No, you won't. Go. Everybody, we're closed. They'll do it too, man. The average Joe thinks they're gods. Fucking, and you know
So,
what them high, a cat like I was thinking about Jay-Z today, how way back in the day, Superhead uh put the people she fucked with in her book, and Jay-Z was one of them. And she was like, this dude told her to go out with him, hang out with him, and all of that shit. and she thought she was getting to meet Jay and all of that. They have a business, so and so. Jay pull his open his shit and pull her head down, and she blow him as the men talk, and then they kick her out the car. So,
Damn.
but this was all those years ago. If that
Yeah,
was your casual appetite then, what would it be years from now? Yeah, years from then, it would be the shit that that they're accused of now. I mean, that'd be the norm to them if you started out 20 years ago like that.
right.
Now your appetite would be crazy. You'd have to fly in for teenage Russian prostitutes or something. I don't know.
Damn.
There's
Well, yeah,
something
no,
fucked up.
fuck all that shit, dude.
Uh,
I mean, you know, and then I was even Huckberry was even saying they'll arrest you for just memes. No, fuck all that shit. They're doing that. They're doing that shit over in fucking Europe and shit. Like, fuck all that shit. We're not fucking Europe. Fuck them. You know what I mean? We cannot adopt that kind of fucking mentality here in this fucking nation.
yeah, man. I wonder, and my culture, that's rap culture, black culture, as some motherfuckers horribly refer to it, but it's definitely I feel responsibility because I'm a rapper and all of that shit. Yeah, we're bringing that shit to the world. That turn the shit skanky and hoish shit. Oh man, we got white girls, man,
Right.
twerking on the tops of cars in other countries and shit. Now that we've infected the world with our whoredom, it's fucked up. Oh, shit.
I miss like fucking music videos, man. I miss that.
Me too. Me too. I was thinking about that. Where can you go to get a fucking music video channel? I used to have some that I would go to sleep with years ago, but you could just I had like
Well,
BET and
even
MTV programmed in. They don't even play videos no more.
no, I mean, you'd almost have to create your own if you wanted to do that.
Right.
You start becoming a VJ, as they say.
You must.
Yeah,
At night, both of them would just play videos, and you can just go to
right,
sleep and watch it. No, everything is scripted, unscripted TV. Where they
right.
take 8 takes to make an unscripted scene, but it's unscripted. I didn't see the fire in your eyes. Do it again. Did you
It's
go
so,
out with my man?
so that's the thing, dude. It's like, it's like, just finding all the artists that still make videos for their songs. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because even modern stuff, do they make videos for their songs? I guess they do. Yeah, I
They
guess they
do.
do.
They still do. Yeah, but
Yeah,
they'd be in different areas. They'd start off like in the cloud somewhere as the music, a download of the music, and then they'd make a music and they'd sell that video and sell that somewhere. Then it'd be aired on their channel or their social media shit. It wouldn't be like where
what's up, Sound Minds? What's up?
yeah, sound cloud and all of that. Then it'd be it ain't like it would be. They'd been known by millions of people. It used to be BET would break it because they'd have it first. Now everybody would have it before fucking
Right.
BET and MTV.
Well, see, that's the thing, man. I can't. It's like, I mean, even finding new artists, like that, that new bands, it's like, what I mean, is it? I mean, shit. I know people that still do it, but they don't get out there. I guess to get record labels and shit like that. I mean, because honestly, it's an evil fucking industry.
Anyway, that record label shit was bad because again, all the power remained in a few hands. Now, and I mean, even on a low level, when you went to a producer or a
Right.
studio, now
Right.
people do the producing shit their own studio
Yeah.
though. But it used to
Yeah.
be that producer, that studio guy, or they all could charge $55 an hour, $80 an hour. They can charge what they want. Uh,
Well, see, I mean, I'm, I haven't done anything in a long time, but I've been thinking about like actually getting some equipment back up together and doing something.
yeah, okay.
I've been thinking about it. I just don't know if I want to. I don't know. It'd be another hobby until I can make money doing it. Put it that way.
I was about to say, and you're right. It could potentially. It's nice when your hobby could potentially lead to something.
Yeah.
You could have some
Okay.
stupid hobbies like burning ants in the backyard. Unless you come up with some system you can sell, it'll never go anywhere. But if you're
Right.
creating a thing, I don't give a fuck if you knit sweaters. It could blow the fuck up. You never know.
Yeah.
Kanye where'd you get that sweater?
You
Oh,
build
it's
it,
a
they will come, right? You know, it's just there, you know. You build it, they will come.
you build it, they will come.
Well,
Uh,
I mean, you know, you think about it. It don't matter if even if it's in the digital realm. I mean,
yeah,
I'm so analog, you know. I'm kind of like a slow burner when it comes down to
that
the
that
digital
may
shit.
not be a horrible thing, right? It may. I see its obvious detriments, but the slow burner guy may have an advantage, in a sense that the slow burner guy, his product will be underground, which will attract
Right.
a different crowd of the niggas who tired of the techno so and so. There's this nigga that's still using a term. Was that he just used a technique 1800, 1200, so and so in there? Because that old slow burner is coming out in your creation.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
still got a
Mhm.
shot. You can use it as an advantage.
Right.
If you think about it, you put it in like rap music right now, the drill music. It's
Right.
gotten so good and popular. It's fascinating and high
Mhm.
tech, and all of that shit. But
Mhm.
the Chicago niggas ain't don't really blow up like some other motherfuckers, and it's
Right.
because they like that slow burner shit. They don't get into the tech shit. They still like in the basement of their homie's
Right.
crib,
They come to the base.
they don't have all that shit. And it's still that's yeah, the hits from
And
there.
and Cheryl, I do not sing. No, I do not.
Yeah, that type of
I
shit.
I do all kinds of other stuff.
Well, I think you even play an instrument or two.
Well, yeah, I can play a couple of instruments, but you know, I don't read music or anything like that. But
Yeah,
we can jam with some shit. And I mean, you know, and I can get creative on making my own sounds out of stuff.
right, right. I think that's what got what is them guys? The Neptunes over. Where everybody else was, taking a sample or doing what everybody did. That fucking dude Pharrell and another dude, he was Asian. They would just sit up and find a weird song. I noticed it was obvious, but they talked about it too. How when the Neptunes became the number one music creators, producers, and shit, nobody, everybody knew they made hits, and they would come in and they would like play a sound, and then build the music around. And everybody was like, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" But they like, we learned, you get some weird ass sound and you build around it.
Right.
Like no one could say it. They
Of
start
course, you
naming
know,
niggas.
I can record something and just fucking like I'll tweak it like through like an effects processor or something like
That's what
that.
they all did and do.
And,
Yeah.
well, I mean, you know, and then I just invent like a whole new sound out of it. You know what I mean?
Yes. That's what they still do. They got a thing. I think
Yeah.
it's a
Well, see,
TikTok
I
thing,
mean,
but I
you know,
see it on
there's so
YouTube
much
all the
good
time.
stuff. There's so much good stuff that's like you know in the past, and even that's being made now. You know, just
Yeah.
like you know, fucking short or some shit. You know what I mean? Just like
Yeah.
some random sounds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That could be
Blowing up.
sampled. And, you know,
Somebody sample it and dance to it or make a little
yeah,
short to it or something. Next thing you know, that motherfucker blew up. And some artist is, you all in their life, cause of that one fucking sound that they made.
right.
Skirt or whatever the fuck it is. What one dude did that on the short. The guy was asking people, to something, and I forgot some black dude come out and he was like, man, it's the hustle, not the bustle, baby. And made a sound and kept it moving. This motherfucker, because he got so popular, had his own channel. He was making the sound showing you a day in the life. All because he walked past a nigga with a camera who was a nobody. It's crazy. uh, oh, fucking Trump ass, man. I thought it was hilarious that he's been pushing this bill, this voting shit. And the last thing he was saying, I don't know, a few days ago is, oh yeah, they did the primaries, and they talked about the number of mail-in ballots, and of course those are all Democrats because Democrats lazy as fuck. Last minute voters are always Democrats too. And he was like, they're cheaters. Anybody who mails in ballots, they're cheaters. That's what I call them. You shouldn't be allowed. And then yesterday or maybe 2 days ago now, his district in Florida had the vote. And since, it was crucial, he won it by, I don't know, 29 points or something. The last guy, I don't know, 15 digits or some points or something. And but this time they knew it was going to be tight. He voted himself. And how do you think he voted? Mail-in ballot. After fucking, yeah, one day, maybe two, one day after talking about how mail-in people are shitters, shitty, the news story come out that, nigga, you voted by mail-in ballot. These are words, bro.
Right. It's just,
Uh,
man, okay, come on, man. I mean, all right, no, man. Well, I mean, all right. Well, I do not want to participate in a fraud, and the whole damn thing's a fraud, dude. I mean, when it
I
comes down
dig it.
to it, but I mean, and then I get fucking ostracized in some aspects because they're like, oh man, you didn't, you got to. Well, I mean,
Right.
I see it like this. It's like everybody is running all together in a big old fucking line, and they're all going over this cliff, and everybody keeps on doing it, and I'm just like, no, wait a minute, I'm going to go the other direction. I'm going to go the opposite direction.
Not only that,
And
you're telling them that it's a big drop off there at the end of
right,
that cliff, and they're telling you, "Did you see the drop off in North Korea? This the best one we got. Why run on the drop off here? Why not turn around like Anarchy just did? What the fuck? This the best one we got, nigga. Go to
I'm afraid
Mexico drop off if you don't like our cliff. What the fuck
I'm
are you
looked at.
talking about?
I'm looked at like I'm fucking crazy, and I must be one of them tinfoil hat motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
know,
I read many years ago when YouTube, you could still do YouTube to find conspiracy shit, and they had talked about how the the COVID coffins in that era. I think it
right?
was the COVID coffins when they was buying farmland and shit from people and all that boys back in them conspiracy days.
Uh huh.
But they were saying that the way they were going to identify the first rebels and all of that shit, they talked about who would do it, who would take their guns. In fact, they were hiring military motherfuckers, and I think it was the FBI was going to take their guns, the military was going to play a role, and some kid in there was like, they all kids, teenage, 19 or whatever, 18, was saying that he knew it wasn't right, so he snuck his camera and cut his camera on, and they was like, he was like, I'm telling you, I'm not taking no one's guns, Yeah, he's like, no, 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 you don't have to do that. The FBI is going to do that, so and so on. But the way you recognize them is they would be the ones who always talked about the Constitution. Ain't that a bitch? All these years later, now I start cop watching. It's been way COVID before COVID. Now that I start cop, been full cop watching and shit. Now the way people like me and you are identified is we talk about the Constitution. I thought it was a crazy way back then. It would have been Sandy Hook days. That's how far it was. It'd have been Sandy Hook days.
Okay.
Yeah, and they was talking about they're gonna get the dissenters, and they also said that they would have, I think it was a 3-tier system to reprogram them, maybe 5. Uh, but
Right.
most of the reprogramming would be through like jail and simple stuff but there would be hardcore motherfuckers where they were already hiring the people from the CIA who do intelligence and shit who you'd have to reprogram mentally. And that started at the 3rd tier. And the final shit was to off them if you couldn't bring them around.
Damn. I
Yeah,
know, man. So okay. Hmm.
that shit was great. That was in the day where
But,
uh,
I mean, I was sitting there thinking about. All right, I was. Well, never mind. Never mind. I ain't gonna go
uh,
there. I was,
that was in a day. You can still choose to go there if you want. That was in a day when they had got some signs taken down. One of the conspiracies was that if all of the highways, certain of them have these stickers on the back of signs. That's for the military to go to particular cities when the grid goes down, you have communications. This is how they know what city they have to go to. The conspiracy was that they'd be being used against their own people. If that was the case, that's illegal. And it turned out the signs did have stickers on the back identifying what routes to go down for the military, and they were all removed. So not all of them were wrong.
Um, yes, I do have bats flying around.
Bats.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, somebody's still looking at your stuff. I wasn't even looking at my shit.
Yeah. I'm about,
Uh,
as soon as that goes away, I'm gonna have to go inside and fucking plug this in. Anyway,
yes. Yeah, I'm surprised you got to wait this long.
yeah.
So,
I mean,
always tell me I probably should put mine on a on a charge. I'm still got 80%.
property of the military per Patriot Act deemed enemy combatants.
Who named enemy combatants?
It's probably all of us.
Oh, I was thinking domestic terrorists is what they're gonna be calling us. Uh, in fact, I'm almost sure of it now because they started calling like Antifa domestic terrorists. The Department of Justice of the White House did about a month ago now, maybe two, and it was all over the news because what the fuck is Antifa?
Right.
Because it's so broad, so they had the White House had to put out a definition of it, and that was broad. It was anything from who actually, bond together and do horrible shit to the country to people who even say certain shit. So again, it covered anybody who had to sin against America. But I'm thinking if you can do it to Antifa, you're going to do it to vice lords next, and you can do it to gangs,
Right.
and because people are sheep and you tell them they're a drug dealer, prostitute, gang banger, you can do anything you want to him. He's a ghetto, he's a thug, low life, you can do anything you want. So they'll want to, yeah, you see what they do to gang bangers in Mexico and Bolivia, they'll be okay with whatever you do to a gang banger. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it on the biker end of it too. Yeah.
Smith Month Act was military propaganda. Smith Month Act. You'll make me Google that shit again.
I know of it. I just don't
Me
remember
too, but
exactly
it
the
ain't popping
details.
in. Yeah, me too. I'm hoping they spell it. There it is. Damn it. They spelled it for me. It's related to Charlie Kirk somehow. All right. Name for the great American hero, Charlie Kirk. The bill honors his commitment to fair and open debate. Oh my God. It restores the core protections of American citizens against false information from the government. Interesting. These protections were removed by the Obama administration in amending the Smith Month Act. This makes no sense. The Obama administration didn't know who Charlie
Yes.
Kirk was.
All right, that's what it was. Okay, it was the all right before Obama. It was illegal to propagate
19th.
propaganda to the American people.
Right.
After Obama rescinded it or didn't do something or whatever. But it's now legal to propagate propaganda to the American people. So
Disinformation, they call it. Original was in 48.
that's what it was. Sorry, I bet.
Domestic ban. The act originally required a program, blah, 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 foreign audiences be available. Yeah, that's it. I thought it was in the 70s. Oh, here it is, 72 Amendment. This is probably what I'm thinking. The amendment strengthening the ban, prohibiting the U.S. States Information Agency from providing even inspection level access to its materials. I don't know. I'm way too high to figure it out. Twins one in 2012. That must be the one that Obama did pass as the National Defense Act, blah, blah, blah. It removed the ban on domestic dissemination. Yeah, that would be it.
Yep.
Yep. So you could brainwash your own people.
Exactly.
I thought there
Legally.
was another one
Legally.
outside of that legally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before Obama.
Uh, well, okay. See, it wasn't always there. It was, it was, and then it became illegal to do that, and now he rescinded it, and now it's legal again.
Ghost in the Machine.
Yeah.
That nigga
I mean,
certainly talk
seriously.
like the real sound, man.
I mean, you think about the fucking shit they want to put in our fucking heads, man. You know.
This shit they want to and are very successful at. It is so hard having a conversation with a person without their emotional trauma and baggage halting all progress
Well,
because of
see,
what
that's
they've
another
been
thing
taught.
too that kind of irritates the shit out of me. Like, for instance, okay, I'm going to be critical of every fucking motherfucker up there when it comes to politicians. All right, especially politicians. I don't care who they are, what their fucking letter is, whatever, what color tie they fucking wear. I don't give a flying fuck. The thing is some people are so, um, kind of like a sports fan.
Can you hold
Um,
on a second? If that's the real sound minds, who did we used to listen to? Our favorite speaker when we used to do the behind the woodshed. If it's the real sound minds, because it was two of you original motherfuckers. Both of you niggas was dope. One of you niggas did the behind the woodshed and didn't like the other sound minds. Was kind of jealous, in my opinion. Uh, so who was the guy we used to listen to? Uh, on fucking behind the woodshed. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead and see if he come up with that one. Cause it's two sound minds. How? What was it? How? Was it how? It was a fucking how. God damn it! If that was his name, I thought. Let me see if it was how. Fuck. I've been trying. Dog it. Let me see. I'm googling Hal Anthony.
I couldn't tell you right offhand,
No,
honestly.
this is a brother. It was another dude. I'm thinking of
I
Hal
know what you're
Anthony
talking
though.
about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I
So
think I'm pretty sure
okay.
I do. I think I can't remember it, but I'm pretty sure.
On here, the Hal Anthony came up as a an artist, musical artist.
Okay.
The cat I'm thinking of. Let me see. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna tell you his name. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm so high. I gotta stop it. Well, I ain't got to. I've
No
been waiting.
worries.
I
Hey,
wait till now, till all of
I'm
my shit's over for the day and get really high and hop on the internet. So I guess it's all
no.
right.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm trying to get my head on right myself, you know.
Yeah, I dig it. Hold on, I'm finna call him because I saved the video of this dude. I came by his name and I was like, this is the guy who me and Soundminds used to listen to all the fucking time. Alan Watts. That's the nigga name. Alan Watts. That's the nigga name. No, not okay. All right, I'll try. But he's saying behind the witch said Hal Anthony. Okay, let me try that behind because there was a how when I was trying to recall the name of the guy who I used to listen to. I was calling him Hal, and until I saw this dude, I was calling him Hal, so he might be on the zone. I was saying Hal, he might be on the zone.
He's Al Anthony.
Yeah, and I had been calling Hal for like 2 days, running around my house, and I gave up on it. If this nigga just called it, and it really was a nigga named Hal, it was somebody named Hal. I remember that. Holy fuck, this better not be it. No way. Oh my God, it's him, yo! It's him! Oh my God!
Well, I mean,
Oh.
honestly, if it's the same one I'm thinking about, he hasn't done anything in a while. I
Yeah,
mean,
yes, it's him though. I'm subbed already. Oh my God. I still want to hear this old shit though. With my new mind, when he was telling me, when Sound was telling me this shit, I can tell you this is how much it meant to me. I was brand new. One of the very first times in the room, it would have been How. I think we used to listen to Island Watch too, but it would have been this nigga, the How nigga. And I would have been brand new. And he said, don't assume when the police talk to you, they have authority. You know, I was listening to it and I knew it was dope, but I had no idea what it really meant. That's how fucking green I was. And so now, you know, that I've learned some shit, I was like, I want to hear them old shits again. Uh, right with my new mind.
Yeah, bring
Holy
the
fuck. I've been
rewind on
shadow
that.
banned. Island died for a few years ago, did a few years ago. Oh my God, that's the real sound. Bless you, pimp. Bless you, brother. Bless you. Bless you, pimp. Oh my God. But that was great. That's my treat for the day. I'll be telling everybody. I have my own station and platform. Uh Sound. Do you want to put it in there? You can't put it in. You're not a mod. You can't put shit in there, really. And that nigga, he was secret squirrel back then. So he probably won't be
I mean,
you know.
you are welcome up if you wanted. You
Yeah,
want
I
to
was
come up
gonna say you could type in the back
here.
chat or something, but he was on some secret squirrel shit years ago. Now that motherfucker probably so far grew. I have 30 radio stations going live 24/7. Oh man, you didn't stop. Right. Well, if it's I don't know if you want to put the stations in there or not. The names of the station, I take a picture of or something. Or you could hop up here and anything you could share privately. You could type it into a back chat, and only me and Anarchy can see it.
But
Holy fuck! Thank you, God. Thank you, Sound. You know, man, I've been like for the last I don't know 2-3 weeks. You know, I've been like, you know, I looked up woodshed and all that shit's gone. I've been trying to find, and that house shit was running through my head for like 2.5 days. And I never could find that last name. And then I came across the other guy, Alan Watts, and I was like, "That's the guy," and I saved that. Uh, no, he's got it right. But Alan Watts, you know, he talked about a little different shit. I wanted the Hal Anthony shit. I wanted the that shit. Fucking cool. Fucking great. All right, all right, all right. Me try to. That's just such a blessing, yo. Cause man, that's a blessing. Uh, what else they got going on in the world? That ice shit. They were telling us that, like, you know, ICE was shooting people and gassing people and all of that, killing people, shooting people literally with guns. I was talking pepper balls, but shooting people, and and they got to hide their faces. And they said, "Why?" I just had this debate with a motherfucker on panel recently, and they were saying that they were going with the White House script. Joe, it was a chick. I think about it, Joe. You understand all the things that they're doing to these people, and the dude. It was two of them. Yes, and they're doxing them and this and that. I'm like, first of all, they're fucking federal employees. Their names are supposed to be public. And if someone's doxing their family, it was a girl who said their families too. Well, if someone's doing that, it's illegal, and there are repercussions for it. They can go through legally. However, if they do something harmful, how can you identify them if they hurt you? You can always take them to court, Joe. You know you can. I'm like, you're missing it. How? What do I say? There are no identifying markers on the motherfucker that I can say. It's just a bunch of niggas in the same costume. But if they showed their face, people would have hurt them. Now, Trump assigned them to the airports. All of them are running around maskless. Nothing happened. No one attacked them. No one doxed their families and shit. All that was bullshit. And in Illinois, and fucking O'Hara. I wanted one of my friends was down there today or yesterday. I was thinking, man, I wanted to go down there, but I can't get no time away taking care of my mom.
Yeah, no, see, I've been working a lot, so
You always work on that though, right? And that's how it is when you got that kind of lifestyle. It's always something to do. And your free time is gonna be spent fixing your car, putting up a gate. This is what we call free time out there.
that's I think that's what's going to be messing around with this weekend is fucking around with that damn car,
Yeah.
that truck of mine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The real shit
And
go to house repairs and stressing about the house.
yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's like shit. There's always yeah.
Always something, man, that needs us right here.
Well, every time you think you're getting ahead, next thing you know,
Right.
something big
Yes.
fucking,
Yes.
and like all
Yes.
that gone.
Yeah. Always. I remember a few years ago, uh, I thought we had gotten ahead. This would be before, this is about 5 years ago, at least, because this would have been before, right around the time I started cop watching. I was still in Chicago most of the time back then. And the coldest day we'd ever had, probably ever, 50 below. I don't know if that was the wind chill or the actual temp, but that would have been the coldest day we'd ever seen in my lifetime and all of that shit. And the furnace goes out. And we're the landlords, the crib is 2 stories and shit. And I can remember down there trying to, fix it and keep it because, my family's up here freezing and trying to work it and blah, blah. And we were deciding that we were going to have to leave and go somewhere else and all of that. I was like, but at that night, I was like, well, we ain't nobody leaving tonight. It was brutal. And I remember we was doing whatever, the electric heaters. I don't know what we did. And we had got an emergency guy to come out on a Sunday. And I went down there with him. He took it off. The whole top was blown off the thing. It was split open. I'd have never, every time the heat would rise enough to create steam, it would escape the top of there and never make it to where the pipes you need to go to. I was doing a fruitless effort. And they had to get a new one. So we had to go another day like that. But this time we got to pimp. You're muted too. This time we got to, or if you're just typing in the back, that's great too. Uh, this time we had to wait for them to deliver another one. So we still, had to freeze, but we had a day to run out and get electric heaters and shit. But there was always something. I remember that thing was thousands of dollars. Just when I thought I was getting okay doing the road shit, my car uh, gets fucked up. I don't forget what the bill. It was like $2,000 for the part, 1,600 for the work. It was something stupid. As soon as you try to get ahead,
All right,
sound.
what up?
Oh, there it is. What up, yo?
First time for everything, isn't it? A decade, Joe.
A decade, right? Oh my God, don't say it like that, but you might be right,
That's how long
man.
I've been around, man. So when you were still playing on the streets of Chicago like a young pup, I was watching you grow. I was
Right.
watching you grow.
Wait, you popped in my head the other day. What did you tell me? Oh, wait, you popped in my head, right? Because I remember you gave me a wrench. And you just started making fun of me. I was dying laughing. You was like, even though you can't post a link to save your life and all that, I died laughing. That popped in my head the other day. Even
I
though you
watched
the
you
worst,
grow.
I know
I
you
watched you
did.
grow.
Yes, and me and who was in there? What's the girl name who died from Australia? I forgot, but she was always in there. But this really smart girl from Australia, she died recently, a couple years ago or something. But the knowledge that you were, me and her were like hypes for that shit. I realize now that I probably only got 10%. And back then I had to like turn my phone sideways and ignore the chat so I could focus. And now in retrospect, all of that shit, I didn't really understand. I didn't understand and property and rights and oh, so much. I had no idea, man. I was just running out the streets, right? I was just stopped selling dope like a year before that. So I didn't know none of
I
this
mean, you
shit,
could
bro.
tell Joe tried to clean up and act right and get right and do all the good things, right? You know, you could tell. I mean, it's
Yeah,
Joe's Joe. You know what Joe's going to do. Why? Because Joe don't hide it.
Give
You
yes.
know,
Willie
so
Nelson a fucking
Not
run for his
ashamed
money.
of it, right? Yeah. And everybody saw me fumble through. And I was talking about that too, how in the beginning I did try to do what everybody else do, because I got so many people telling me, now you're supposed to do this, Joe. And I remember rebelling and getting mad, and now, like there's a pattern for this. I didn't want to be like everybody else. I remember going through all that shit in the beginning. I remember getting big headed when I started getting thousands of subs and shit.
man, I just watched you grow. Just did our thing. Act like we were trying to survive, man. YouTube got us. They got us hard, man. They nailed like 12,000 videos between three of us.
Oh man, oh that hurts, and I know the loss. You know what I'd be able to do to go back and watch that catalog now,
Oh, I
right?
got it. I own
Oh,
it.
you do
It's
have it.
in my
Okay,
house. What are you talking
okay, my
about?
man, my man. I
Yeah,
should know who I'm talking to.
yeah.
Uh,
So any of that stuff, trust me. I mean, he hadn't been
Very
doing
good.
much lately. Hal hadn't. I talked to him
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3 days ago via text,
Yeah,
and he said that he's still having issues with his system, setting up his system because he's trying to get away from all this Windows stuff and all this
right,
spying stuff, and
right.
he don't want no part of it, right? But
Yeah.
mind you, this dude is still on Windows 7, Joe. This dude is on Windows 7. He came talking about, I think I need some help. I said, oh man.
that old
And,
technology shit might be the way to
and it
go though.
still works. And he
Yeah,
can't find nothing to get it to work like his Windows 7. And that's
right.
what's killing him now. And so he's finally he had to make the conversion over to Linux.
I
And
got a
Linux
Windows
is
XP. Does that count?
I remember that's when last time I used a computer. It was Windows XP. That was the last time I used
right,
a computer.
right. And so don't get me wrong, I think it might be a thing. If you go to Japan right now, I think Windows 7 is like the hottest thing on the market.
Hmm,
No joke.
interesting.
And because of none of the AI stuff, right?
Right.
And all the spying and
All the
making
spying and
accounts and
cameras and
yeah,
mics built in, listening devices and people
it's
seeing
horrible.
devices. I
Folks have
just
no clue how bad it is.
just that YouTube cats ain't been picked up and locked up. Give me hope that I can make it a few more years, because they gonna get you out before they get
Oh,
me.
Joe, you don't even know, bro. I mean, I remember what you said, which was right on the money,
Right,
right? And there was a reason why I was low key because I was traveling,
right,
right?
right,
And
right, right.
I luckily got out of Canada literally within a week and a half before them locking it down with the Rona.
Yes.
And so
Yeah, I wonder if
I was
my
there. I was locked down, in Canada for a while because I caught
oh,
it there in Canada, and
that's I got it
it was
make me think
brutal.
about one of my friends. He does the off grid shit, and you make me think that what was it like for him off doing that shit in Canada? He travels, they got like a bunch of spots. They don't believe in the government shit. He helped me a lot back in them days too. He's the one who explained the difference between public and private to me. And you don't really own shit, Joe. He's the one who got that through my bratty ass. And he traveled a lot. He moved around during Corona. He probably would have left too. He's a smart dude. He probably totally left because he'll do that shit too. They got people overseas they can go visit.
And the crazy thing is, though, that I barely made it back into the country in time. And the really messed up part is that I would, if they would have locked me down in there in Canada, I would have overstayed my allotted amount for,
Then you'd
uh,
have been on
y-
the radar.
yep, for your passport.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So they would have been kicking in the door talking about you need to get out of here. And then they're going to turn around and throw you in a holding cell for, all by yourself and away from everybody talking about we don't want to make sure you're okay.
yeah. Make sure you're okay. You got to quarantine
Uh,
you. And, yeah,
Man, I'm not gonna lie. That was one of the most miserable
stressful.
times that I've had. Oh well, no, the getting sick there was even worse, right? And
Right,
the stress on top of it on the way out, talking about am I going to be able to get through the airport?
right.
You know what I mean?
It
Yeah, I
felt
didn't
like you
know it
was
was getting close. It was hot. The topic was hot, right? And
right.
literally the next week and a half, it was Christmas. So I think right about there, and yeah, man, I was just getting out. So.
I
Barely.
remember that shit hit so fast that I remember scraping up some bread and borrowing money and shit to travel. It would have been the first time I really went anywhere. I was gonna go with Johnny Five O. He told me to come stay with him and Bell in California and all of that shit. And I remember the ticket alone was, I think it was $660 some dollars. It was something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the next week or whatever, when I was ready, I looked and it was $67. I'm like, oh, fuck that. Because of the corona, everybody's scared to fly. So it took me a few months of running the streets and watching what other people did. And then all through that, I flew all through that corona shit. I flew before I bought my car. And I could get a ticket, man, and it might be me and two more people on the plane, and I learned you get the cheapest ticket you can because all the seats are open. And, I did that shit for a long time. Nobody else would even fly.
Yeah, as long as you muzzle up and go by the rules and the regs. Yeah, man, there are perks. I ain't gonna lie. It's no
Yeah,
different than right now. You work for the government in Canada, you're a protected class. You work for the government in the U.S., you're a
we were
protected
just talking
class.
about that.
You,
Yeah.
you, Wingnut
The-
said something. He don't want no part of Europe. Well, Europe is your bar association.
Yeah, I
yeah.
know.
You know, and here we are living. I thought, wait a minute, hold on, guys, help me out here. I know I'm old and I know I'm crusty and I know I got a
Yeah.
bad memory, but didn't we fight this so-called revolutionary war talking about we're splitting from the redcoats
Well, that's what I
long
thought.
ago?
That's the that's
I
the
don't
that's
know.
the, that's the bill of goods they've sold us, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
that was some
okay,
tricknology,
okay.
right? That was the
There you are. All
tricknology.
right. So now you're going to tell me Santa Claus isn't real next, right, Wingnut?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the funny is, shit, I'm still waiting on some stuff if you want to know the truth.
uh, and you bring that shit up. I got buddies who fight that in court now that I know some more shit, and they bring up that bar shit or any of that shit, the fucking judge will lose a fucking mind. And that's how
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know, right?
they
When
don't
you're
like that.
talking about, like you want to know who your masters are, who can't you talk about? And there was
Exactly.
one, yeah, and that's how
Well,
you
okay.
know you
Well, okay. Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt, Joe. I mean, but
no, no, I forgot
that was the
anyways.
reason why that was what was kind of like one of the things that was running through my mind when I asked you earlier. I mean, what is not being talked about? You know what I mean?
Right,
what's being made not to talk about? You know
right.
what I
I hear you.
mean?
I dig it.
And
Sound, y'all told me this too. I don't know if it was you or one of your guys over there. The first sign of an occupying force is that they refuse to obey the same laws that they enforce. Now I remember that verbatim, and that was day one, nigga. So I ain't forgot all of it.
And what
But I
is that
learned,
based upon everything that you see now, is it not?
yes, that's like my
Out in the
uh
streets,
in the streets.
even doing the right thing.
That's like my little gauge now. It's stuck with me all these years. I do a little test and I use it everywhere to see if a person is willing to play by the same rules. It ain't just for work on cops. Or everybody who thinks that they have a position of authority. They think that they can cut you off and you can't cut them off. There's all these little signs, all come from that first sign of an occupying force is those who refuse to obey the same laws. They think they're better than you. Who else thinks they're better than you? You can tell. Do they have to obey the same rules you do? Your doctor don't. All these motherfuckers, they don't have to, man. And they expect police get pulled over. What the fuck is wrong with you? Or judge giving me a ticket. Are you crazy? You better run that plate again. Yeah, they don't have to listen to the same laws I do.
And what was there a little video I think I made for you? Something along the lines of when the law refuses to acknowledge the law, there is no law. It's only the fight for survival.
Fight for survival.
Why? Because they don't want to even admit to the law. You know what I'm saying? Look at you cops now. They don't care about the law.
They'll tell
And
you
and,
as
and,
much in your
and
face.
you're
I don't
lucky
give a
if you
fuck
walk
about that.
away. Yeah, yeah.
You're lucky if you walk away in one piece. Yeah, some of them are
The fight for
lunatic.
survival. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
And dude, I heard some numbers the other day that cops are up to like 24 to 2600 a year now.
I
I
do.
remember when we were doing reports, they were openly talking about at least 1,000 to 1,200 on average
1200 what?
as
1200 what?
citizens that die a year
Oh,
by cop.
okay. Ah, And you said up to
Okay.
what now? 2,600.
Yeah, like the 24 to 2,600 a day.
You're right, because I used to look at the total, and it used to be right around 1,000. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to remember the percentages and shit back then. I was more concerned with how many whites killed. Blacks killed them at twice the amount, or whites killed at twice. Whites killed twice as more, but it was way more white folks, and the white number would be like 558, and the black number would be 4 something. They was always close, and it would be right around 1,000 some deaths for that year per cop. You could count on that like clockwork.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I believe under the fallen so-called heroes or whatever page that they put up for the law enforcement,
Yeah,
I think it's on average about 100-ish quote unquote law enforcement die a year. Now, mind you, if you read those statistics very closely, it'll tell you from cancer if they die of a heart attack, they
I
still get
read them.
honored. If even if it's a dog a canine that they unalived,
Yes, yep.
right?
Dogs are caught.
In their police car. That's right.
Dogs are
That's right.
caught. Yeah.
That's right. That's
And the
right. He's
number
got a
one, you
badge
didn't
number.
say that number one, always 60-70% of them are car accidents from them
There you
pulling
go.
over, robbing somebody, they get hit by a car. So when niggas tell you, if 500 cops died, well, you can knock off 350, 400 was out there robbing people and got hit by a car. And then you got to
Mm-hmm.
knock off the dogs and the cancer victims and shit. And
Mm-hmm.
now you get how
9/11. They're
many?
still putting down 9/11 victims down there on the books too, because of the asbestos that was in those buildings, and that's
That's
the
right.
reason why those buildings fell. Right. And I mean, if you guys, what blows my mind is nobody in the past 4 years that I've listened to, and I creep the webs hard, bro.
Right.
I creep the webs hard. And I've been doing it for a long time to know how to
You're
do it. And you'll
supposed to be
never know
good
I
at
was
it.
there and
Right,
gone.
right.
And to say though that it's one of those things where nobody has said that Trump was the first man to put in the first bid of the Twin Towers to be rebuilt on the spot, standing next to Giuliani.
Woo.
There is a video out there somewhere of him giving the proposal saying, I'll make it bigger and taller than it ever was. Wait, he already did say that, didn't he? If you look around, it's out there. He said he was the one who said he was going to take that bid.
I'm
Right. And
sorry, I
then what did
wasn't
they
paying
do? Trump
attention.
Tower.
I'm texting. I used to have a girl way back then who would text me. You used to come on Sundays when you were on. I don't know, you can't remember that, but I used to have a girl. I just texted her and told her you're over.
Blue
Yeah,
Ivy.
Blue Ivy. I just texted Blue. Yes.
What you think, Joe? Come on, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, bro. They tried to take me down, dude. I'm not gonna lie. They hit me pretty hard, and I
Right.
got scars to prove it. I'm not gonna lie, man. They hit me hard.
Right.
They tried to get me under the things that you don't want to be got under. But the
I dig
problem
it.
with that is I had planned for that day, right? I
Right.
had planned for that day so much that when they checked me in, they said, "Well, where's your medical record?" I said, "Oh, there isn't one, huh?"
Hmm.
No. How's there no medical record on you? I said, well, there's a reason for that.
You're right.
And why? Because it's what they did to me that I knew that I didn't want a medical record
Right.
on me.
Right.
You
Right.
see what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
had a clean medical record that when they got me, they got me. They put me
Wait.
through the ringer, and they tried to get me to play the game and force me to play the game. When if they lock you in their system,
Wait.
there is no game.
This is
Yeah.
great. Look at the levels that we play on. I brag about I never carry my ID with me. If they catch me, they ain't gonna have my. This nigga talking about medical records, right? I don't even have medical records.
Dude, I'm
I'm
telling you.
like low tier, right? I'm low tier.
When they pulled out those medical records, and the doctor goes, well, he looked at me, goes, "What the hell are you doing here?" I said, "Well, if you tell me you'd be the first man with a title and a coat that could actually do that." And the funny thing is, I've been locked up for a week and a half. Anybody want to
Right.
tell me what's going on?
That's,
And that was the start of it, Joe. Don't think they didn't try to put me through the
right.
ringer, my friend. Because when you're in the system don't play. The only game there is you either play their game or you will be in the system even longer.
Yeah, that's the thing. I remember some in the Bible saying that, watch your words around them or you'll be in the system longer. The Bible even said that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the best part is though, when I left, they had changed all the rules, policies, and procedures about anything and everything related to a telephone. They had stuff posted on walls. They had stuff
Right.
posted at bathrooms. They came running to me asking me, "Is there anything we can get for you?" I said, "Wait a minute. I'm not too sure what's going on here, but the other night I was asking for an ice pack for about 2 hours. Well, whoever figured this out, I appreciate it. Thank you."
Right. It's
They're
Eric.
running them to me, man.
It's Eric Brand.
That's
Like
right.
when they say he
That's
turned the
right.
jails when he's in there, they want to get rid of him because they have to
Mm-hmm.
enforce so many rules, regulations, and you guys don't have
Mm-hmm.
23 feet in the corridor on the left like you're supposed to under rule section. So they be
Mm-hmm.
Greg can't stand his ass,
They did
bro.
not like that. And then when I really piped off and told them, I said, "Oh, I can't wait to get out here and go run my radio stations." And they
Right.
looked at me, dude. They started bringing in people every place I went and having
So,
just
so
sitting there and everything that I said.
Yeah.
why you
Listen,
got 30 radio stations playing 24/7? What are you guys talking about when you said that?
okay.
Here, hold
Here you
on,
go.
hold on. Let me send them
Go
something.
to.
Yeah,
You
I can.
can. You got it,
Oh
Joe?
yeah,
You
I
find a
was
place?
gonna say I could get send what you just sent me with the Hal unless you got something else because I just
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
bookmarked
yeah,
that
man.
shit.
If you go to my YouTube channel, right, and it's live 24/7, bro. I've been live for almost 8 months.
Well,
24/7,
well,
dude. I'm not lying. You're right. They pissed me off,
well,
dude.
that's
You want
not
to,
new stuff, is it? Though I mean, I haven't seen anything new really. I haven't. I mean,
Fuck, I got
bro, you ain't
maybe I
listening.
haven't been paying attention all that much,
You
but
ain't listening. I don't know if you've been listening to that live stream. There is some old stuff, and there is a lot of old stuff there. But
yeah,
for 7 hours out of the day, I give you news that nobody will give you around the globe that nobody's even looking at. I'm going to
yeah,
show you things that people are going to go, why is the cost of a cell phone so high? What happened to my cheap Walmart TV?
yeah.
Why is the cost of cars going through the roof? Why? Because I already told you why. I showed you why. Hal shows you why. We show you why. Why? Because there's an attack on your, GDPs globally. Each country
Yeah.
is going to have a limited global GDP.
Well, see, that's what I was talking about. Fucking digital ID, the digital currency,
That's
fucking
right.
prison, fucking all that.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
You tied
So
it all in right there. That's it. Right there.
check your phone, Anarchy, and see because I got two phone numbers for you, and I don't even know if you can play
I
bid. Now
didn't,
that
I didn't see anything come up yet.
all right, I probably
So,
sent it wrong. But let me try
Okay.
the other one.
Let me get it for you here. I'll put it in the
yeah, you can put it in the
back
back
room.
chat if you want.
I
I
got
just thought about that. I'm sorry.
I had a bunch of numbers for you now that I think about it.
Okay. And if you want the 30 live stream or the 30 live radio channels, I'll send that to you here in a second. It's a whole different site. And here's one for you, Joe. Right.
Oh yeah, I got something there.
Okay. Here's one for you, Joe. You know who Friends and Code is.
Yeah, I went visiting him a couple months ago. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
him.
So,
Yeah.
what do you think we've been doing?
Well, I got to see some of the shit,
You're
and in
fixing to see
fact,
the rest of
wait,
it.
I couldn't even show it. Right, I took pictures, but I'm like, I can't show it because I don't want people to know what y'all on out here. But I
Yeah,
got
well,
pictures of some of the shit
you
that,
know what's going down over there in that
uh,
world. That's a
yeah,
different world, right?
yeah,
And at certain levels, I can't even play in that world. Why? Because it's
right,
illegal for me to do so. We're, there's certain restrictions that I have to follow by so-called state laws that I'm not allowed to play like everybody else is. Right. And, holding public officials accountable is a new level of hard for certain
Yeah,
groups of
right,
people.
100%. And Friends is
Yeah,
like that too, right? Friends, he
right.
stays in the background. He don't show himself and all of that
That's right.
shit.
Well, he
But
does, but yeah,
I guess to
I
some
understand.
degree he does, yeah. But
Yeah, yeah.
like the shit he does, like when you see Otto doing them broadcasts, Friends is in a
Right,
bunker somewhere miles away, operating the 360 and all of that shit. All of that
right.
shit. People are unaware of all how they do the command center shit. And all the equipment and the work they go behind is
Ooh,
crazy, man. They just got
dude,
little boxes of microphones and shit. Like his watch would have a microphone on it. I mean, they are sophisticated, bro. I'm like, how the
Dude,
fuck
he's
you
taught
pull
me
that off?
everything. Yeah, no, he's pretty much taught me everything I got going over here. Just the level of, it's a different level, right? Because we built
Mm-hmm.
our own video platform also. We I
Right.
own my own video platform. Anything you want to do, live streaming, it'll be here shortly again. We had some
Yeah.
bugs in the system we got to get rid of, but live stream over there 24/7. Absolutely. You know, you put any kind of content you want up there. You can have any kind of live stream you want up there. You can talk about anything you want to. You know, I
It-
own it. Period. I own it. It's sitting right next to me. I own it. So, you know, it's one of those deals where I'm tired of playing the stupid games, right? I've been
right.
censored for a decade, dog. And people have
Yeah.
no clue what true censorship looks like until you started playing back then when shadow banning people kept saying that's not even a thing. It's you know, it's just a term. You guys are a
Right.
bunch of
Back then, right.
freaks. And
You're
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Everybody
yeah.
says that is shadow banned.
Mm,
Now we know they
mm,
have, I
mm,
think, 8 switches that they can push, 8 different levels of buttons. Uh, he fell off. 8 different levels of buttons they can push to change your algorithm to stop people from seeing you. One of my guys was showing me last night on X. He got one, and all he did, he was talking to Grok about a plan to end the war. And I mean, he went in depth. It's like 28 pages long, so it's a serious plan. And when he got to page like 6 or 7, he got a notification. Uh, if you're not subbed to him, people can't see his comments anymore.
mm-hmm.
uh, and that shit happened live. He got the screenshots and all that shit as he's talking to Grok. His part of the conversation just disappears to everybody else, and Grok is like, "Hey, you forgot page 6, and I'm gonna need page 9." But from the other side of the conversation, it's just disappeared, bro. And then he got a little notice saying that you may have been censored by one of these, and they just had a list of different ways they can censor you. It's crazy.
And that's exactly why we built our own platform, right? It's about 2 years old. And most of Hal's are there for the past 2 years. All the
Yeah.
Hal's are on that link tree that I sent. If
Okay.
you
Okay.
let me get it individually, I might get kicked out again. But
I'm gonna click on this. I might get kicked out too. So if I do, cause I'm on the iPhone, and it
Okay.
sometimes snatches you
I'll
away.
keep I'll
So
keep my eyes open.
I got it.
One way or the other.
okay, I'm
Uh,
gonna get a Wingnut has 24/7 30 radio stations or 30 stations, and they all have different content on each station. That's the beauty of it, right? There's
right.
stuff on nuclear energy, there's stuff on conspiracy, there's stuff on everyday stuff, there's stuff on Hal,
I
there's
think
Alan
I'm
Watt.
subscribed to some, because I know
Yes, you
I
are
mean,
subscribed to me,
yeah,
Wingnut.
yeah,
But
yeah.
if you go to and see in YouTube, you know, I'm 24/7, man. Anybody can
Okay,
stop by there. I do it for free, dude. Nobody's giving me $1 in 6 months, bro.
yeah, it's
And I run
intentional.
24/7. And I've got over literally right now, there's 40 video live streams going right now. All of them.
How are you doing that? You just kind of like a playlist and you just fucking let it run? Is that what?
Bro, I, I told you I was done getting censored, right? I
Hey,
own every
sound.
bit of hardware. Yeah.
Blue is in the chat saying hi. I don't know if you saw.
Oh,
Oh,
Blue Ivy, long
okay.
time no see, no hear. Pleasure to actually officially say that, yeah.
That's right.
There may
That's
be in one other
right.
time. If Blue Ivy's been paying attention, she would have caught me. You would have caught me in Canada, actually. I
Yeah.
did come on in Canada for a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's about it. So,
Yeah. I think I remember that. I think I remember.
it was very brief. Yeah, it was probably
Yeah.
only a week or two. And then I
Yeah.
kind of dipped out of, I was fighting legal stuff up there for someone else as a victim. And bro, you
Yeah.
think anything's any different from Canada, Europe, or the US, you've lost your mind and bumped
I
your head.
I used to right. I thought Canada was just soft as Mounties and shit, and then COVID came around, and everybody started playing videos of what the police are really like, and then the
Mm-hmm.
convoy shit also showed me. But during COVID, there was someone there was you can only have 4 people. Well, these people invited over their parents or grandparents. It was I think their mom and dad or grandparents. They were 2 old people, And they were at the dinner. The neighbor looked through the window, saw 6 people instead of 4. The police show up at their door and they explain, listen, man, we just invited my grandparents over. And they reach in, snatch them out, throw them on the ground, made the people close the door, pulled the shut on them. I'm like, wow, Canada get out like this? That's my first, like, I didn't know that was a thing in Canada. Yeah, they just as
Mm-hmm.
bad.
Oh, it's bad. Trust me, it is bad. I dealt with the cops there. They're no better. You feel like the victim when you're trying to help the victim.
Same
Yeah.
thing here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker,
They don't care.
now someone, you pull a motherfucker out of a burning wreck, you don't even want to give ID because they're gonna try and build a case on you. You don't even want to talk to a fucking cop now because they no, you ain't did nothing wrong. I just wanted to talk to you. Oh, nice to talk to y'all. So you know what, my dad's a cop. Yeah, where you coming from? Where you going? You got ID? What the fuck? Oh, hey, oh, no, I just need to write it down. And suddenly, motherfucker, you're resisting, interfering, failure to ID. You just don't pay, bro. That whole
Bro, I
objective
felt
is to put you in the
uncomfortable.
system.
I felt uncomfortable, man. Just even taking a picture in a new town that I've never been to, and uh, I've been going for the past 10 years on and off, right, to different towns
Right,
and different cities, and experiencing and watching the cities transition into the new normal, quote unquote, right.
right.
And I had some bad experiences there too. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Yeah, but even at that, it's still not as bad as it is now. Even during 5 or 10 years ago, the bad experience is not. I mean, I'll tell you right now that I went into a bar. I had one beer, right, and that I one beer, right. Within 3 sips, dude, I was out. So someone dropped a little something in that drink, and dude, I had a headache for 3 days. I did not leave my room for 3 days. Uh,
Wow. Now
I was
see,
lucky I even made it back.
it makes
Right.
me
So,
wonder, right? Is it just you got bad luck, and some dude was trying to do it, or was it, somebody who was, a bad guy or whatever? Probably not. When I ain't flew since I got my car. I don't think, maybe once, twice, but I used to get searched twice every time, and I was the only person on the plane. I get searched on like everybody else, and then off. I always got searched. And I was like, and they would be like, "No, it's just a random search," but I was always the guy, and it was really weird. And I don't know.
It's because
Um,
you're black.
it was black girls searching me one day,
It's
so I was like,
fucking
"Can't
because
be
you're
that."
fucking black, dude. God damn, dude.
Damn. But I wonder if you
Fucking
weren't getting that kind of attention, sound where some of your handlers, not your handlers, whoever job it is, to follow you around. I wonder if they didn't fuck with you.
oh, dude, it ain't over. You gotta understand though that I came from a profession. My entire livelihood growing up was being around uh, firearms and
Yeah,
dangerous situations, right? Along with dealing with strangers and even law enforcement on many different levels from state to fed, right? And it was a job, nothing more, nothing less. And my job was to ensure that when my day ended, that nobody went home in a body bag, literally.
yeah,
Because every day I woke up and I walked in, as soon as I opened up a gate to a property that I was on, I was covered for $1 million.
right.
When it happened, it was going to happen, right? We have
Uh,
planned for it to happen. Of somebody's going to want to get you if things go bad,
uh,
right? And
uh,
so that was my job, right, to deal with those type of situations and law enforcement.
but believe it or not, I have something similar, and I wonder whose was worse. I think my shit would have been more stressful. But that's how it is when you have a gang war with the gang that's in your neighborhood or the one next to you. That every day, because if it ain't you, they got to shoot at somebody, get shot at as one of your friends got hit, and all of that bullshit. And you every day, you got to have your pistol. Most people had long guns and shit if they were going to stay around their location. And you like, when it happened, it happened. And of course, I didn't have any fucking insurance on me, but I know that feeling of you got to be on alert 24 hours a day, or people can die.
Well, I mean, and that was the job that I understood of, okay, no problem. I luckily in 28 years, I did not have to use insurance. Right. So that's the beauty of it. And
Right.
I don't have to go to bed knowing that that happened in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And the cop does it every freaking day when he's gonna unalive somebody and he gets up and goes back and collects a paycheck talking about he's helping somebody.
Mm.
Right. Yeah.
First,
And
he gets a paid vacation. Then he goes
mm,
back and talk about how he helped save lives. But first, he gets while they investigate him for murdering the person who was on the other side of the automobile glass, who you shot through the window, who couldn't possibly harm you with that knife. You get a month of vacation, maybe a couple months or so, and then you get to come back and get a promotion because you saved the officers' lives that you were involved with.
mm,
I've been
protecting and
looking for
serving.
that
Right.
exact video. There's one where a guy's in the car, and it's great. I think it's in Chicago. I'm gonna look again. Me and Blue was looking for it a night or two ago. And the guy has a knife, and the cops are one cop's talking to him. Another cop skeets up, runs, does a Starsky hutch across the car, and pops him within 30 seconds. I think they said they get in there, he shoots the guy or less. And the lady, this is what I think is in Chicago. I think it was a female Chicago cop saying about how this guy had a knife. He opened the door, charged the guy, blah blah blah. And the video comes out, and the guy's in the car with the windows up, and he shot him through the glass. So it was totally different than what he said.
Oh yeah, man. And it's union approved. Right. At the end
Right.
of the day, it's union approved.
Yes.
Why?
They
Because
get
you're going to be
promotions.
union backed and union
Yes.
whatever,
Oh
and
yeah,
you're
but you know immediately too, because as soon as they get back, their boss is going to make an announcement about how we stand by our guys and all that bullshit. So you know that it's about to be back, and I'm sure they feel comfortable while they sitting at home on vacation. They're getting calls. Don't worry about it, Bill. Bob's on top of it. You'll be fine. All that bullshit.
yeah, man. And even when they know he's in the wrong, they will sit there and treat him like the victim.
Yes. Yes. The guy who I was been battling in, where is this? Is it Texas? Yeah, in Texas. I've been battling this cop for, I don't know, a couple years or so. I think it's finally over. They ain't sent me nothing. But um that guy, I was sitting at a gas station. I was with this chick, white girl, and he's watching me. I'm listening to rap music, and as soon as she get in the car, he spin around and follow us and pull us over. I'll probably get half a mile. He said, "Oh, I was swerving into traffic, out of traffic, all that bullshit." And I had just hit 3 dispensaries because we were going to be there for some weeks. And he's still all my weed, bro. And he cuffed me, all the sorts of shit. It just really go through my car, still all my weed. And then he writes me 3 tickets, and none of them got nothing to do with weed. And one on was insurance. I got insurance in the glove box, and I'm recording, which is where he fucked up. I had a camera in my car, and I told him it's in the glove box, and he wouldn't let me go get it. And I can't remember what the other one was for. And then I came back up there, and they asked me, "Okay, you can make a deal." I'm like, "Oh no, nigga, I want to fight this. Fine, we'll go to court." They call me back up there. Now each time, these are months apart. I don't even know what state I'll be in when they get in touch with me. And it's always last minute because they really didn't want me to show up, and I drive all that distance from whatever state I was in to go see these motherfuckers. And they was like, "Hey, you figure you want to get rid of a couple of these charges." And they offered to drop 2 of the charges, and I was supposed to plead to one. I think the driving in out of traffic or something. He was like, any 2 you want to get rid of. And I was like, well, if that's what I was going to do, I'd get rid of paraphernalia. I smoke blunts. My girl smoked a bowl. They took a bowl out of her purse and charged me with paraphernalia. It was a bowl and no insurance. They were like, I say, I'd drop those 2, but I'm not gonna, because I want to use those against you in court to prove that you're a liar and all of that shit. And they called me back, I don't know, three or 4 more times. But I had to look into the cop, which is where I forgot where I was going, who did the shit. And I put up a video of it. Two kids ran out of gas in California, ran out of money, and stole a car to get back home. And in the middle, they were at a gas station. The police pull up behind them. It's him, and he runs everybody's plates who's out of town. But that's his hustle. I got to know everybody in the town at one point because I was on them. And these guys came back stolen. They take off. Him and his partner start shooting through the back window. Shoot one guy in the neck twice, one in the back, the same guy, once in the back, once in the neck. He dies immediately. And he gets off with that shit. And when he catches me, he's the chief. He gets a promotion. Shot a motherfucker twice in the back and got a promotion. So yes, this shit's endorsed. And when I go there, they one of the times I go, they're saying I didn't put the video up of him taking my weed, and I go and they tell me, no, we can't give it to you. The files, you can't email them. You got to come get them. I had to go all the way there. And when I get there, they're like, oh, you got to have your own flash drive. So the town's so small, they don't even have a Walmart. So I just drive in a couple stores and ask motherfuckers. Everybody knows me. Dude is so corrupt that everybody knows him. Everybody knows me. You're the guy off the internet. You're Joe Cool. You're Joe Cool. Everybody. Oh, he's a piece of shit. He stops everybody. One place I go in, I'm thinking, they don't know me here. Before I get to the door, excuse me, are you the guy off the internet? I'm like, yeah, but I wasn't gonna say nothing. But it looked like everybody know this guy. I live right next door to him. He makes me turn my music down 7:30 every night. I'm like, everybody hates this dude. And they love him. And the fucking sheriff love him. They didn't give him a promotion.
It's the way it works. That's the way it works. You get rewarded for doing bad, and the whole racket of a system is designed to do nothing but, I mean, there's a reason back in the days. I mean, we're talking back in the day,
Yeah.
like when people wanted to actually get things right, the first thing they did
Ouch.
is they ran the priest out of town.
Ooh.
Do you know why that is, huh, Joe?
Oh, I got a few reasons, but let's hit yours. You tell me. But I can see
Okay.
a few good reasons why you do that first.
Okay. Let's say if you were in that small town and you did something wrong as any public official, the first person you're probably gonna tell, if anybody, is gonna be that priest.
I was
And
thinking, yeah, that's a good one too. I was thinking these are the only authority outside of yours. That's what I was thinking. They're the only one who have the people's ears outside of you. You must get rid of them. Is where I was going with it in my head.
well, the priests are the first people to go, right? Why? Because they're the ones who are going to turn around and go to the sheriff, and then they're going to tell the sheriff, and the sheriff's going to tell the judge, the DA, and the DA is going to tell the judge, and then it's the whole cycle of this is why
And the
you bar
priest
association.
again, is reputable. They'll listen to him, right? They don't listen to me or anarchy, but they'll listen to the fucking priest. Fuck, I see him every week in church.
That's right.
All
And
right,
so
I
that's
gotta
why they
pause.
ran him out. Then
I
they
gotta
ran the
mute for a
sheriff.
second. I think I
Yep.
left my blunt wraps in another room. Give me a second to walk around the house and find my blunt wraps.
So there you go, Anarchy. I sent you that link, I think, too.
Yeah. I pinned it in my thing, so I'll go back and it'll probably throw me out too. If I start trying to look at it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and when you do these streams, man, you ask me how am I doing all this, right? And I do. And today I was literally in the process of about to add another 10 or 15 video streams, right? And
Okay.
if you go to that link tree, you'll see that places like all these so-called free speech platforms, I'm running 24/7 on X live also, right? And I might get 5 views in 3 days.
Right.
You see where I'm going with these so-called free speech platforms? To say
Yeah.
though that I can go over to Crumble, and everybody says Crumble is the best place for free speech. I'm not going to lie. If you want to get clicks and views, that is definitely the place. Does it help? Can it help? on some level, depending what's your content, right? Ask me how I know. All I'm doing is playing the same thing over and over of old stuff on some levels, but not really. If it was old and if
Right.
it was too old, then why do I have 250 something channels banned from Rumble? I have 250 something, I think 51 channels banned from Rumble. That's how many accounts I've made through Rumble. Do you think I'm going to
What
stop
the
now?
fuck? What that nigga? What?
Go to my
What?
link tree. You'll see all
Two
those, my link tree. In that
200.
link
I
tree, you'll
got the
see
link tree. 251 just on Rumble. Did you say
on
that?
Rumble alone. And do you think I'm going to
They
stop,
hate
Joe?
you. I know they hate you, bro.
They
They
hate me
hate you.
bad, dude.
They
Dude,
hate you.
I was getting at like in 3 months. I had like I'm almost a little. I was coming up on 1 million views,
Oh,
right, in three
wow.
months. And so,
That's
and I
crazy.
was like, that's nuts, right? And I was running
Right.
24/7, but I was also running multiple channels. You go over to
Of
that link
course.
tree, there's 25, 30 channels over there. I
Right.
control all of them. I can
That's
get emails for all of them. I can get verifications for every last one of them in ways that people go, there's no way possible.
that's
And I'll tell you
good
there is.
news
It
for
took me
me.
3 months to find it.
Right.
you know, but I'm just
Right.
saying though that right there is ways to get you just to get reach. It may not be the
Right.
best reach. But you're still getting to plant a seed.
Which I
My
think is
channels will
the
be gone.
objective, the just planting the seed, right? Because cats like you are responsible for cats like me. You don't know what fertile ground is. You never know. You just got to put the seeds out there.
I
So
don't care. I'm just giving you a place to do it. And I'm
uh,
giving you a place to do it for free, even.
I
Right? That's the
mean,
video
yes,
platform.
I'd love to put the seed over there, go over there and plant seeds. But I'm talking about when you're planting those seeds. You're like, you're like, it's not, might not be the best place to do it. But you
Right.
never know, because you even have to fertilize all the ground, because you never really know
Hmm.
where the seed's gonna take root.
No.
So
It
somebody
only takes
gotta,
one moment.
somebody gotta plant over there. Shit.
Well, I mean, and if, I would think more people would at least be trying, and I can see where it's a deterrent.
Yeah, you
I
know
mean,
how.
250 channels, I can see where it's a deterrent, and I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie, Rumble has stolen a lot of money from me, man. A
yeah,
lot of money from me. I have not seen one penny from them, and I've had
right.
people donate directly to your chats. When they do that, that's your funds,
Right, they dirty
right?
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they're that dirty. When it comes time to pay out, they just kill the channel.
Right. Right.
What? You don't think I hadn't played the game?
That's funny. Well, ain't funny,
Is
man.
that
It's
not messed
funny.
up or what, bro? Right? I said, oh, I see how we're going to play.
Damn.
And so I said, okay, let's do this. And I turn around and come back with 5 or 6 channels again. It's not easy getting these phone numbers, man. It's not easy. It's not getting
Yeah.
unlimited emails that they can't recognize. They
Right.
actually blocked a lot of emails globally. They blocked DuckDuckGo. They blocked Proton on some levels. Trust me. Ask me how I
Man.
know, because I was the
I,
one who helped them do it.
oh, fuck! You get what you deserve, motherfucker. You helping them. Oh, you help them learn. That's one thing.
Yeah, they found out
Yeah.
what I was doing. And all those
Okay.
alias emails, dude, I
Okay.
hit them all up. They won't let you. You go now, they'll lock you down.
Right.
You'll get
Right.
denied.
Right. I was looking at a little short or something, TikTok or YouTube short or something, where um, the guy was showing, since Elon took over X, dude, he was doing searches on there. He was like, was Jesus evil? I think is what he said. And many people think Jesus is evil. It come back with the results and videos and shit. Said is what's his name evil? Muhammad. Yeah, many people believe Muhammad is evil, or Christians evil. Many believe Christians or Jews evil. We can find no information on this topic.
Mm-hmm.
Anything Jew related negative is erased
You
off
better
of there.
watch your mouth. You better watch your mouth, young man.
Watch your mouth, nigga. Who you
Wash
talking
it out
to?
with some soap.
Fucker, you forgot the quote? Fucker. Who you cannot speak about, motherfucker. Control you. That's us, nigga. Shut the
Done
fuck up.
told you once. Don't
I
make me
told you
show
I'm
you.
gonna tell you twice, nigga.
Don't make me show you 251
and
accounts later.
and and
Don't make me
and
show
you
you.
you know the fear they instill by simply when their name is mentioned in reverence on YouTube. A motherfucker say, yeah, and then the Jews, what are you doing? Don't do that. Cut it out. Master gonna see you. You know, it's crazy, bro. You can't do talking cold. Yes, sir, master. We loves the small hats. You small hats is okay by me, master.
Damn.
Yeah, fuck. I tell you, the fear is real, bro. It's the same way with the police. Motherfucker, you say something. I go on All Black channel recently and said something negative about the police, and they jump me. Oh, that's Joe. Fuck you. He hates the police anyway. You fucking piece of shit. I mean, say something negative about the police if you want to, bro. Oh man, you'll get jumped.
Well, I mean, they it's it's the taboo subjects that I'm curious about. Because
Of
the ones that
course,
they don't want you to talk about, and the stuff that nobody's talking about. You know what I
it's
mean?
logical that it's gonna make you want to talk about them even fucking more now. You know, it's fucking weird the way humans are cut.
Well, you know, you know, because I can see patterns, in what's going on out there. Realize what's up, Snooks. Thank you, Snooks. Um,
I'm cutting up a blunt here. I'm listening to you.
yeah, no
Oh,
worries.
sound fell off again. Huh?
He's probably grabbing another link or
Oh
something.
yeah, I was gonna say try to grab a link. Yeah. Knows, man. Some of these motherfuckers, like I think it's Dennison, who
Yeah,
won't
that was
use a phone before the 50s or something. I don't know. They go through all of these different, shits, 87 different VPNs and shit.
yeah.
Yeah. He, he probably got knocked off of his international VPN secret squirrel network.
This is secret squirrel fucking ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. That's the fucking real shit right there,
That
boy.
is crazy how shit work. I always think about that now that I've actually developed some critical thinking skills about this shit. And, talking to cats like you gonna sharpen that and reinforce that. And I think about I had the dope when I first got here, and I would have never appreciated it. So, it's a blessing, right? It's a real blessing to get a second bite of the apple.
Thing is, you got to want to take the opportunity, though.
Yeah, well, I already got that shit saved and shit so I can get the old dope. And I got the new dope saved. I got your link tree out the
Okay.
back so I can get the new dope too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you just want just how like audio, low bit rate, you know what I'm saying? He's got the radio over there that's 24/7. Hal's got a schedule on the radio station, two
Well, hold
times
the
a day.
fuck on.
So
What do you mean if I just want?
that's it.
I'm
I got
still
it
a kid.
separated over there for you, dog. I got
Okay.
30 stations over there.
You say if you just
Pick
want
one.
low bit rate, I don't even know what that is, but I want the kid shit. I want the kiddie package where I get to see bright lights and shit. Like you
Oh
had the
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
spoon
got
feed
videos over there
us over there,
24/7.
have background
Oh yeah, man.
videos for us and shit.
Yeah. Don't be
Uh,
taking any illegal narcotics. Is all I would recommend. Some of those visuals might trip
right,
you
right.
out.
Fuck yeah, right.
Um, I don't
Uh,
answer those type of questions.
right.
And if you want to, put something up on, oh, that's what I sent you that link there, Anarchy, for the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the
Oh
full read
yeah. Uh, I know I got
on
that
the
Was that the
saved.
last
last
link.
one that you put in there? The last one?
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir. That's the
copied all.
video
I copied
platform.
all of them into my. I copied them all into my thing. So
Anarchy,
And there's some free
I'll end
stuff
up
in there.
going back, or
can you send that shit to me too, Anarchy? Because it's really hard for me to keep snatching me away if I try to take a link out the back.
well, I
Yeah,
mean,
it kicks you.
But if you
Well, let me
can't,
see
don't
here.
sweat it. If you can't, don't
Well,
do it
no,
now.
I mean, I think I can. I don't know.
All right.
Let me see here. I might have to do them one at a time, Joe. Okay.
Yeah, well, just the elders then. I got the first. I got the link tree. I just need the one he just put.
I
Oh,
put two
okay.
in there.
Yeah.
The second one was the 29 stations on the radio. It's just radio, no visual, right? And you get
Right,
all of
right.
Hal's stuff right in there. You get all of Alan's stuff in there 24/7. You
This
know,
is great, bro.
yeah.
This is
Only thing you'll get is
crazy.
a couple little, you know, station jingles and
Yeah,
promos, you know,
yeah. And I'm
kind of thing.
spoiled. I done had YouTube Premium for years. I'm spoiled. I ain't seen a commercial in years, bro.
No, there ain't no commercials in there, man. Just a
All
little jingle or something.
right,
Maybe donate a few bucks, you know. And like I
all
said, I hadn't made a buck
right,
in the 6 months, man. So
all
I mean,
right.
you know, I
You
just
got to,
say I asked.
yeah. That's right.
I did. I tried. Did nobody gave me any money? That's all right. I don't mean I didn't ask. You know? It's not about the money, right? Because I mean, hey, I'll never get back what I put into it. Yeah.
I dig it. I don't get no donations or no shit, and I ain't made a video in 6 months since I've been back in Chicago. I
There
know
you
what
go.
you mean.
Yeah, it ain't no big deal, man. That's not what it's about anyway.
Yeah,
I
it's
just want people to
nice.
Well,
have a place to go and talk. That's it.
yeah,
Right.
it never was that for me either, man. I just like, I just do whatever I fucking want. If people like it, they
Right.
like it. Yeah, and they
Right.
don't. I
You
don't give a
still
fuck.
that way. You said that was. You still the same way. You don't give
Yeah,
a fuck. Like
yeah,
the way we pull up in here, you don't give a fuck who show up. You
I don't care. I mean, honestly,
know, what the fuck you want to do.
if you liking it, that's cool. I mean, I appreciate anybody that fucking stops in, and the people that are watching on the replays and stuff. I get more views on that sometimes.
That's cool.
And
This was the same way when we started back in the day. Me and Eric now, there wasn't no fucking YouTube payouts and all of that bullshit. And you had to be either loony or a zealot or something crazy. Now everybody joins. Oh, on the 22nd, you get a paycheck if you make at 7.8 videos at 3 per minute. Everybody's on that shit now. Back then, it was just no. You see a cop, you pull out your camera. If they give you shit, you go give them shit and you film it. The money shit hadn't come into play. It was great.
Yeah, times are changing. To say though that they are, but they aren't. They are, but they aren't. I mean, it
All
isn't getting
right.
any better. I mean, the awareness I think is getting better,
I
which
think so. I'm
is
glad to hear you say that. I
yeah,
think so.
yeah. I mean, you may not have felt like you have done something, but maybe you planted that one seed that
Yes.
stuck on somebody else down the line. You may have done it 6, 8 months ago when you
You
planted
may
that one
never
seed.
know. Well,
That's right.
you may never, now that you mention it like that, you would have no idea. It would have been easy for us
yeah,
to separate, and you have no idea, the fire you lit on the
well,
motherfucker.
see, that's the thing too. I mean, I got a story back. All right, and this made me wonder about these type of things. I met this guy. This was years ago. But I met this guy and I don't know. I sat and smoked a bowl with him or something like that. Maybe had a conversation with him or whatever, whatever. And then he left town or something like that. I hadn't seen him for like I don't know, probably like 3 or 4 years or something like. And I
Uh,
recognized his face and stuff, but I couldn't remember his name. But he's like, "Hey, we know what's going on. What's going on, man?" He's like really glad to see me and all this. And
uh.
evidently, whatever fucking profound shit that came out of my mouth when we were talking changed his fucking life, dude, for like the better. Like, he like got on the right path type of shit. I don't know what the fuck. And I'm just like, you know, I started questioning. I was like, what if I never actually met him? Would he still be on that path that he was on and
right,
and
right,
organically find that other path?
right.
Or would he or would he continue on where he was going or whatever? And I was like, well then our paths had to meet for that moment. You know what I mean?
I
It's
dig
like
it.
for some
That's
reason,
awesome, man.
our paths are crossed for a reason. You know what I
Check.
mean?
You made me think of a story. Like the cat on the internet, Devo. Him and Upstate, they get high all day and shit. But Devo was like a really bad drunk too, slurring his words as drunk and just say the stupidest shit. I still love him and all that shit. Went to meet him one day. We missed each other. I was in the wrong state or something, just 5 minutes away, but in a different state or I don't know. But I had, had made him question some shit. It's just normal shit to me that y'all would have seen me, especially you. I think you would have seen me do a million times. But why do you believe this? If that's true, you wouldn't believe that. And I gave him some lines of logic, and his anxiety rose, and I forgot what happened. And and when I would come around after that, he would tell dude, we want to keep the panel closed for a while. I fucked with his anxiety and shit, and I disappeared for a while. And then next time I saw him, this guy's, back then he didn't wear shirts. The nigga wears shirts now. He looks better, and he's giggling and shit. And his boy had called me and told me to come over, and he's like, "Do you know I quit drinking that night?" He say, "Whatever the fuck you did, whatever you said, I quit drinking that night, man." And I was like, "I thought you be mad at me and all of that shit." He was like, I wouldn't want to do it again and all of that shit, but I quit drinking. And Upstate was like, "I told you, Joe, you broke him." Uh, but yes, it changed him. If you go over that now, you can hear every word he says. You can understand him. He's still smoking weed, but he is not the same. Fuck. I think that he looked back and was like, that was embarrassing. I was really caught off of my fucking square. At least I hope that's how it occurred.
I mean, like it's that one moment when you took that second longer than you thought you normally would have, or should
Agreed.
have, or
Yes.
even thought about trying to going,
And it's
man,
longer
that
than
dude
the
ain't
other
right,
cat. Because the other
Right.
cats would have wrote them off. You took that extra moment. Yeah.
PDF, what's up?
Yeah. What's up, PDF? PDF old school too. We some old school fucks up here now.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Shit crazy. There was another guy back then, really old dude. I can't think of his name. PDF would know his name because they ended up falling out. But I remember back then, he didn't show his face or something. I don't even know if he show his face now. But that nigga was like in Sweden. I don't know wherever the fuck it was, somewhere in the Netherlands. I don't know. It cold and snowy. And he
Oh
post.
shit. Oh man, I can't remember his name either, but I know you talk.
Uh, he
I know who you're
posted
talking about.
just a little
Um,
video of some horses running in the snow, man, and that shit still sticks with me, man. I thought it was the most beautiful sight. They was kicking up the snow, and I thought they were so majestic.
You
That
remember
was
the name Centurion, Joe?
well from a bunch of places, but probably not the one you're talking about.
Centurion Report. Remember that?
I don't. I don't.
Oh,
No.
okay.
No, the Centurion reported. No, I don't. Nothing popped
That
in.
was an old guy that was like somewhere up there in that area of. Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about.
No,
Maybe.
no, no. It was Centurion. He's got a really grizzled old voice and shit. He's the greatest. Uh, but yeah, I'm thinking, that also would have been in that time. He didn't add nothing mentally and grow me or nothing in that way. But now that I'm just having this nostalgic feeling and shit, that's one of the memories I have. Because he was like you, with that. A lot of people like that, protect their identity shit. But he put up a little shit. And Jason, if you remember Jason Gaudet, yeah, I probably know that nigga.
Got it.
Uh, yeah, he had put up. I was trying to talk him. He told me he's singing. I was trying to talk him to making a song. He was like, he's don't show his face and all that. And then one day there was a storm at his crib, and he filmed it, and it blew up like a barn door or something. And that sticks with me. The rain was super heavy and blah blah. I bring that up with him all the time. I think he said it was a snowstorm. I said it was a rainstorm or something, but it sticks in my head.
Yeah, he's in
Uh,
Canada, so it gets cold.
yeah, now I see him all the day with purple hair. He's on it all the time. But back then, he was just a different dude. He was shy and didn't want to. It was weird. It's crazy at the time, but
Yeah,
It is, man.
I, I know.
People,
I,
people, fucking, I be talking to people, and I be like, you know him? Like, yeah. How long you been here? Like 2 years. I be like, 2 years. Damn. You know, you see, fucking, yeah. I'm probably, goddamn it, working on a decade now. I thought
right.
2 years
With
is a
Eric Brandt,
long
I guarantee you are.
right.
I
He
guarantee you,
called
I
me.
was there with Eric Brandt every time he got
Yeah,
arrested 24/7. I mean, we were
you
running
probably
screens,
was there before. You
you
probably
know.
know long before I did. Yeah, I'm sure you did.
You met him, I knew him,
Right.
and to
He
say though
called
that,
me.
yeah,
He
yeah,
called me a couple of days ago. Yeah.
good,
Yeah. I spent a lot of time with that dude.
good.
I remember one time. Uh, Me and this chick. I was with this chick and shit, and I was meeting her, and we were at the Airbnb together or something. I don't know, but she had just left. We went technically together. She left right before I did. And everybody, are you gonna see Joe? And she said, no, no, of course not. And then Eric, I come over there. Then I was like, all right, I gotta go. Because I was going to rendezvous with the chick. And Eric's like, hey, you want to do me a favor? I was like, yeah, of course. What do you need? I think I was dropping him off somewhere or something. He was
I
like,
remember that.
he was like, you want to help me turn my poles? I was like, Eric, that sounds awful gay, but I'm down. What are we talking about? He was like, no, knucklehead. He had the tent, and you got to rotate the tent poles so they don't curl a certain way. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'd take you for real. He was like, but it's a long trip. I was like, I'd take you, man. But he was like, you're going to see that girl, ain't you? I'm like, I'm going to see that girl. Uh, that
Long time ago,
knucklehead.
man. That
Long
was what
time
I was
ago.
probably at least 7, 8 years ago, I think.
Yeah. I drove him to jail from that Airbnb. I don't know if it was, no, it couldn't have been that time. It'd been years later. We were at an Airbnb, and it was a bunch of us. Liberty Freak, all of us would have been out there in 3, 4, 5 cars or something. And when everybody went to leave, he was like, I'm riding with Joe. And some people started coming to the car. He said, just Joe. And we talked about, on the way up there, we talked about, his odds and shit like that.
Mm.
I dropped him off and ain't seen him since, man. And in fact, uh, if, and this is if per se, allegedly we do some things, because he's not supposed to deal with felons. It'll be,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I
All right,
understand.
all
I,
right. There you go.
I do understand a little bit
All
more
right,
than
all right.
most,
There
but
you go.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. So
And that's just because of the inner circle of those who know.
yes, yes. I'm sure he's part of the reason I get searched twice at airports, right? Hanging with him.
And
Fucking
that's the reason why I quit traveling. I'm done with it, man. They kidnapped me for 8 hours, dude, on the other side of the
yeah.
on the Canadian border. I was done, dude.
You don't
Like
know if
that's
you
it. That's my last time.
it ain't that you don't know when you coming back. You don't even know if you coming back. That's the fucked up part.
Right.
Well, the best part was I was like, okay, look, I don't care if y'all want to kidnap me on the way back in because you're going to want to kick me out because I can't stay any longer. Right. But, no,
Right.
on the way in. And then you're going to make me go through the loops and the hoops and the strip searches
Uh,
and the
uh,
digital searches. And yeah, man, they went
uh,
through everything. They went through laptops, cell phones, you name it. I mean, for 8 hours, Joe. I was just sitting there going, "Are you serious, man? What is it going to take?" Right? And they said, "Well, it's just going to take one phone call. Let's find out where you're staying." I'm like,
mhm.
"Wow!" And I'm like, I guess the itinerary wasn't enough. The payment of the
Right.
location of where I'm staying, paid in advance, wasn't enough. You know what I'm saying? All
Right.
that stuff wasn't enough. No, man, they're hard. They don't play, and I don't get it. Right? Coming in is one thing, getting them out is another, though. And I guess, yeah, dude, they get you.
Apparently, here's some anarchy you were talking about. What no one talks about. Everybody talks about securing our southern border. You don't hear nothing about the northern border. It's one of the biggest fucking uninterrupted borders and shit in the world out there we share with Canada. And Do you think that's not being used? And why is
No,
no one
oh,
talking about that?
no, it is. It is. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I got a friend. He's military, and every year or so, he's done it twice since I've known him, and I've known him about 4 years. They get him on a mission he can't talk about. I'm talking super secret squirrel shit. I put the shit together, but he lies to everyone else about what it is. But he gave enough clues. I put the shit together, and eventually, he fessed up. But it turns out that he's him and the military. They bring in ex-military, well, current military niggas, and this is what they do their duty. But they're older. He's like, he's ain't like these young motherfuckers. He's got to be like 40 or something. But they put in weeks guarding the border up there from Canada, but they're not catching Hispanics. They're catching tons and tons of Asian, Chinese in particular. I thought that was interesting. And he's like, the numbers that he gave were crazy. I'm like, no one's talking about that shit. All these Asian motherfuckers are coming into the country from north. And and the I saw some white boys talking about how, weed being legal wasn't the best thing for them because that's how everybody made their money back then. All you had to do was, as much as you can carry, you can just walk across the border. Cause it's, 99.9%, it ain't nothing, not a camera, not a person or anything. We did that shit for years. Him and his buddies, we carried 50-pound bales each. You just walk into the other side and come back. I mean, it's that porous. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, and here's the worst part though, that even though, people say, oh, well, it's legal. Okay, all right, I got you. It's legal. But mind you, even in a place where it's legal, it is legal to have it in its container with your name on it and all the
You're
proper
right.
specifications and all the
Right.
protocols and the
Yes.
procedures. And even though you have all that right, here's the messed up part. Even though you have the proper label, the proper, name on the container, all the rules and regs down, the worst part is if you have a pack of papers on you, you still will get a paraphernalia charge.
Right. And and that's assuming you get all the rules right. And it's hard, as you're explaining right
Hmm.
now. There's always something, but you can get them all right, and the cop could be absolutely wrong about one. You still get penalized. You still got to go through the process. He still violates your rights. All the things you didn't want to happen to you go to jail and all of that bullshit. He pays no price. You pay money to and fro. It gets on your record and all that bullshit. So even if you do it right,
All
it
they
don't
needed.
mean you're immune.
That's all they
Well,
needed in those papers. And that pack of papers was really all they needed to do exactly what you said, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And even though it's legal, that pack of papers, they didn't tell you. If you have that pack of papers with the two combination, it's not
Right.
so much legal.
Same way with the gun laws from state to state. Oh, was the round in the trunk? Was it in a box? Did you have it here? They all got different fucking rules out of transport shit. No,
And then again, it
officer,
goes
they
back to it don't matter anyway if the cops don't even know the law. They
right.
don't care about the law. They
Care
don't.
about the law.
They break their own policy, rules, and regulations every single day. SOPs, they'll break
Right.
them every time. There ain't no de-escalation. We
No.
all know
Okay.
that.
well,
The
that,
de-escalation tradition.
I think that's where I advocate it should be mandatory for cops to wear shock collars. So and with an AI fucking thing in there, it's like every time they violate somebody's civil rights, they shock them 30,000 volts. You know what I'm saying?
when they
Immediate fucking punishment, like in the
if
ass.
he ever even lean over to his friend and say, "Cut your camera,"
Right.
yeah,
It should be
uh,
mandatory.
it's funny. It'll be a lottery. The citizens get to zap it. Who's up
Oh,
next? Joe, you get the button next. Oh, here's Bill in New York. Looks like he's about to fuck up big time. Yeah, we get
yeah.
to ask
We
anybody
can,
for
we,
ID.
yeah, we can sell it to the highest bidder. You know what I'm saying?
Right, private companies. Motherfucker do a speed, be buying them a week of the zapping police. I show speed and fuck with the police. Hey, this is where it's at though, man. When we came to knowledge, you got to change some minds. We talked a little bit about how incidentally you just preaching this type of shit, you can change some minds. But we got to think of how to change them on a, well, I know I do. I think we should think of how to change them on a bigger level. And if you were really selling this idea, you'd market it in a certain way. I think we all do that in our own right. Uh, but I think that's what a motherfucker got to be thinking about. You know, not just hitting a few, hitting a many. And in particular, I was thinking, you know, that would be brilliant if a motherfucker thought of that in advance to get his shit done. He got ISO speed doing it. That's how we would be thinking. We would be thinking, putting it in the front of right motherfuckers or at the right time. And, you know, that's playing chess with this shit.
Mm-hmm. Because
Yeah, well, I mean,
I don't know I don't know how to hit algorithms and shit like that. I don't know.
Nor do
no, I
I.
don't
I
either.
suck at it. You don't either. Yeah,
No, I just throw it out there, man, to say that if you want it, great. If you don't, great. You ain't here to force you to do nothing. The reason why
right.
you're here is because you already been forced to be here, probably. I mean, some of these platforms will literally, there's platforms out there I'd never even heard of. I got kicked off in less than 10 minutes. I'm like,
Wow.
wow, really?
Uh,
What was that all about? you know,
I had a
and
buddy,
what little did I
Soccer.
know, it would say something along the lines of no 24/7. And it was a music stream,
Ah,
right?
okay.
Because I'll do as
Interesting.
neutral as I can, right?
Right.
That's the goal, right? Is to do it as neutral as you can and to get out there as many as possible. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, to say that there's lots of different material to go to. I've
Okay.
got your music streams, I've got your
Right.
content streams,
Yeah.
I've got your
That's dope.
video streams with the music or with the content, and the wild visuals and all, right? And that's just because of plant a seed. That's it. I'm not.
Right.
I very see very few interactions, right? But that's not the
Right.
point. When I see the numbers go up, I'm okay with that. I don't need you to say anything. As long as you're there longer than 15 or 20 minutes, it's a win for me.
Hold on. Give me a second, guys.
Singapore.
And it's no different than you, Anarchy. When you come on here, if anybody stays, great. If not, that's okay.
Yeah,
Maybe you got what you
I mean,
needed, and then you busted out. You maybe,
yeah.
who
I mean,
knows?
there's some times where I have something that I want to talk about, but then there's other times it just whatever kind of like how whatever comes to mind in a sense, and unless I have somebody to bounce stuff off of, you know what I mean? I mean, it's one thing. It's if I have a lot of interaction with chat, for instance, I'm just by myself. It's like I I'm just bouncing back and forth with the chat. It's just like I don't know. It's different between like I actually have a conversation with some people up here, and but because I've thought about, doing like a regular schedule, which, and, um, have like topics and blah, blah, blah. For one, I'm doing everything on a cell phone. All right. There's certain things like, for instance, I can't share videos, which, I can probably play if I can actually get that option, that ability to do that. Where I can, I can probably like share some videos and maybe have like commentary conversation with it. You know what I mean? Or
Well,
whatever,
and here's the beauty of modern technology, Wingman. If you know people, you have people that you talk with, right?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's
Yeah.
got the same thing and the same setup, more or less, that you have. Meaning, somebody like me, let's say you need to go live, right? And maybe you want to do it in just nothing special, kind of like you said, you have a cell phone. But if you know somebody, you can actually use their hardware to do the same thing of what you would want to do through the cell phone. Meaning
Well,
that modern technology, there's people out there. If you ask, I'm sure it's out there. I'm just letting you know right now, literally, that can get you the hardware that you need to do a little visual stream, right? And it won't take much, right? But all you would have to do is just connect into and know how to say that you run it like anything else, or modern technology, you do what you already do: share your stream key, your stream URL, right? And then you join into someone else, and that other someone else has a video, maybe that they can run. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? And then
Right.
you just run off of that. Or
Yeah.
maybe you know somebody who's got a video platform that you can do that with, right?
Yeah.
And you don't want to worry about the censorship. Well, maybe you should probably tell that person, hey, by the way, I might be sending an email, right? Because that's the only way you're coming onto my platform. I'm just telling you that I'm going to have to approve your email, and you got to find my email, and you got to find me. And I'm in many, many places 24/7. All my chat windows are open, right? So that's a lot of chat windows that I'll go and check them every now and then, right? So things like that. Find these
Well,
platforms.
I mean,
We're
so
going to
what,
have to make our own platforms, literally.
so I mean, okay, like the mechanics of how you did that, for instance. All right, you just like like I said, you just like what did you set up like a playlist of stuff, and you just set it up on a loop, or I mean, is that how it works? I mean,
Um, Believe it or not, it just changed, right? Because we literally just built the software and just finished the software not even 2 days ago to do multiple different features inside a radio station, right? Just a
okay,
radio station. It can be done with a video, but we're just now perfecting this. It's taken me 2 months of not much sleep trying
uh,
to, and trying to keep my cool when you're doing this stuff is not easy. Why? Because there's so many bugs and issues that, you're
I'm
just like,
I'm
what
I'm
the heck?
I'm trying to start my own analog television station or transceiver actually. But I'm working out all the bugs on that stuff too. I just got a modulator, so I just got I'm trying to amplify that signal at least. But that's
Well,
that's where I'm at right now.
and so if you can incorporate some of the modern technology into that, that is
Yep,
basically what I would do, right?
yep,
Or even on
yeah.
some levels,
It is
you
the
know,
plan.
there you go, right? But we have kind of found out that with the modern technology and AI, and I'm not going to lie, everything has pretty much been built with AI, but it does take a
Mm,
human to say, no, this is screwed up, right? And
yeah,
you need to know, I'm not that knowledgeable enough, right? I know other people that are. And that being the case, I'm the guy who's going to be right there next to that person going, this is screwed up, right? Why? Because I can't get to this location when I do this. Okay, well, that's when the other guy comes in going, got you covered, right? You're doing all the hard work. We're doing that basically on just a radio station level of smart
right.
blocks. What's a smart block? Well, it has a title of Anarchy Radio or Anarchy Television, different characters are going to pull up different content under different titles of, that's modern technology, right?
Right.
And that's where that depends upon how far you want to take it. What are your limits on hardware, right? It took me a couple of years to see where I wanted to be, right? And I
Yeah.
had to build my hardware and, pick
That's
at
where
it and make lots
that's
of
where I'm at right
mistakes,
now. Eventually,
make
I'm
a
trying
lot of
to upgrade
mistakes.
to the point of maybe like a house computer or like, or something like that. Or
Bro, you know what you can do nowadays that really blew my mind away is get you a little mini PC. I think they sell them on eBay for like, I've seen them as low here lately as like $80, right? I
hmm
mean, it's just cheap as your knife that you bought. Jesus Christ,
Right.
bro.
Well,
Oh my God, man. I looked at the price on that thing and then I looked at them used going, oh my God, that's higher than giraffe balls for a
Sound, I
used
think,
knife.
I think this nigga had three knives and a pistol on him when we were together.
I know, dude. That's why I'm giving him a
The
hard time.
fuck?
Hey, he owned up about it. He said, "I like knives." Right? The dude did say it. I guess I like
uh,
knives.
yeah, I'm thinking white people get away with murder. If I got a pistol and three knives, I'm getting shot. I don't even make it to the jail. White motherfucker be like, "You owe me this, nigga. This is the least you can let me do, motherfucker." That's
Uh,
it.
yeah, but yeah, you know what I'm saying though, Anarchy. Yeah, you can get you a little PC, man. It'll have just enough to
well,
keep you to
see,
run.
I want to basically for just for the streaming and YouTube and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
um,
man, I run one as a monitoring system. It only
Right.
runs like off of 35 watts,
Right.
and
Okay.
you can get them up to 95. But that's the highest it'll go. I think is like
'Cause I
95.
And
was
if you're
looking
not
into
doing effects, I imagine you can get away with something really
right.
simple and basic, as long as you
Hmm.
ain't trying to run
Yeah,
all
man.
these crazy shit.
Well,
Well, see,
35
that's
watt.
the
You can
yeah.
watch any YouTube video you want. I guarantee
Well,
it.
see,
You
I was
can
looking
run a
into like
stream.
these like used like gaming tower computers or whatever, for like a desktop
Yeah.
or whatever. And I mean, I was
Let me
sitting there
know,
thinking,
man,
I was like,
before you do that.
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
tell you if it's worth it. Because I found
Because
out the
I
hard way,
don't
bro.
know what I need, well, honestly. Because I mean, I have an idea of what I
Really?
want to be able to do. You know what I mean? Because I want to have a good editing program for like the video and audio.
Right.
Because I've got one on my old laptop that I used to use for like, like radio commercials. For like broadcast radio commercials, type making shit like
Hmm.
that. And and that's for the audio part of it. But I don't have anything really good for the video stuff.
That's
But
where it gets expensive, and that's where it
yeah,
gets really intensive.
and that's the reason why I
And
was leaning toward like the old gaming type, like the used
well,
ones.
here's the problem, bro. Remember when I was telling you all those global topics? Right
Right,
now is not a good time. You're in bad trouble, bro. I tried to warn people 6 months ago. Right now, the components such as RAM storage chips, everything in your
yeah,
TVs, everything in your remotes, everything in your phones, everything in your
right,
freaking microwave, right? Why it needs memory, everything that needs memory, any sort of memory, any sort of silicon, any even a digital clock needs memory, right? Well, back in the days in the 70s, they had what they had called DRAM mafias that were, and in the 80s actually is when it got real bad. In the 90s, I think is when they busted down on them. The federal government got down on them pretty hard, and they were called DRAM mafia. Well, as we know, if you don't stop it, it repeats, right? And here we are. You're seeing it again. There we are now. When I was purchasing a stick of RAM, which is like 8 gigs, let's say, which is pretty standard for most many PCs, even, right? And a laptop, 8 gigs, pretty standard laptop, 8 gigs.
okay,
And that was going for like 20, $25. Beautiful, right? That's what you want to see. Now, due to AI and the market of things, take a guess what that same stick is going for right now. Just a wild guess. If it was $25, let's say max, just to keep it a round, pretty number.
well, I mean, maybe $100 now, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. It's 100 to 100 and quarter, almost in some places, for one stick because of AI.
Yeah,
The the distributors, the manufacturers, the down to the basic distribution as well as manufacturer, some manufacturers have stopped producing commercial and now have gone completely, or excuse me, uh, customer based and gone strictly commercial, corporate
Of
right,
because
course.
of AI, right? And they
Right.
know where the money is. They've already milked the people as much as they needed to get where they're
That's
at.
why it's so high now. The cost.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything's fixing to hit, right? And anything in storage in the quote unquote cloud, even your video games, all your video games now, they're trying to get you to not own nothing and like it.
We
right.
Why?
agree.
Because this is the even the console games. Like remember we had old Ataris and stuff like that?
Yeah,
Nah, bro. If you don't have an Atari now, you're not keeping hip and you're not up with the times.
They say
Why? Because
the new refrigerators and shit are the and electrical appliances. You don't own them. You pay a fee, and they maintain
mhm.
them and keep everything. And when you end
No,
your
you maintain them.
cancellation, no,
Yeah,
no,
you
no.
maintain them.
Oh, you
In other
maintain them.
words, you make sure it's always running so that they
No,
can
no,
keep getting
no.
that data.
I I
Do
don't
they
know.
even do that for you too?
Are we talking about the same shit? There's because I don't know if this even been implemented yet. This is why I'm saying I saw the
Man,
people talking
That
about it
sounds right, though, Joe.
that
That sounds the
they
right direction.
yeah, they was saying that they don't want you don't want to own anything. This is what they
That's
was
right.
telling the people. They was selling
That's
them.
right.
It was like even
That's
your
right.
refrigerator, you don't own your car when you lease it, right? You could do the same thing with your refrigerator, with your appliances and all of that
That's
shit.
correct.
Your toothbrush.
Oh, you name it, bro. Anything that they can get you on a subscription with,
Yeah,
right? And that's the global agenda, right?
yeah.
That we all
Own
know that
nothing
is
and
in
be
play.
happy.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, 100%. And
Uh,
so that being the case, well, here's the thing: what they're doing now, even with those console games, let's say you could get an Xbox, you can go to a freaking pawn shop and pick up an old Xbox game for like, I don't know, $50, right? $60 and get the whole everything, get you two remotes, get you all the stuff you need to get you going, right? But now they don't even want you to have that, right? So,
right.
in other words, if you, the producers of those, such as Sony, such as Nintendo, and all those other people, yeah, no, bro, all the RAM is going to them. All the storage and the memory is going to them. They've already bought everything for the next year in advance. And
Right.
they have contractual agreements, which means that the consumer gets nothing. Why? Because it's all already allocated for the corporate world. And the
Uh,
corporate world's going to pay already.
right. You know they're gonna be
Contractual agreements.
reliable and all of that
There you
shit. They're
go.
gonna ask for numbers, ain't no
Okay.
fucking
And
one.
what is racketeering? Again, I'm sorry. Isn't that just basically keeping the money in amongst a bunch of cronies and
Yeah,
circulating it between each other, calling it a
yes.
market?
It would have to be some
You-
safeguards if there really was a thing such as the government, because this beast is obvious. They go back to the oil barons and the cattle barons. It's the same fucking shit. Someone's gonna corner the market. They're gonna place so many orders. Everybody else is gonna die off. Which is you gonna come up with? You got to come up with
Okay.
something.
Okay. So exactly what you just said took place, I believe, at the beginning of this year. The government has now purchased silicone or a percentage in silicone into a silicone company such as, let's say, Intel. All right, per instance. Or
Yeah.
let's say it's even Microsoft, per instance. It doesn't matter. It's a government, it's now on the market because the government, I believe they agreed to buy 5 or 10% of a corporation that produces these
Right.
chips.
Right.
And so here we are in an AI market where the government's got their hands in the profit of making those particular chips to say that those chips are needed.
Hundred
All
percent.
these little tariff bans and all that other stupid stuff that they be claiming to do.
Right.
They're not doing that. The only person that's getting tariffed to literal death is the consumer.
Agreed. They just lost a lawsuit where
That's
they
right.
gotta pay all
That's
these
why.
fucking tariffs back, which
There you
means
go.
this is how crafty this shit is and how smart rich people are. Trump ran, I'm gonna get rid of your income tax. You'll just have to pay tariffs. And he sold everybody on the tariffs, but he double bubbled them. He never got rid of your income tax. Now you have to be paying tariffs. And now it turned out the judge says, hey, those tariffs were illegal. You got to pay them back. Triple bubble. Guess what? You got to get them their money back to the fucking corporations again. You get triple bubbled off of this bullshit. You're the only loser.
Oh, that's just the start of it. Last year, actually, Trump allowed and signed a bill to allow 401ks as private, public-private shares. Your 401ks. So
Public,
they are now using
public
people's
uh,
401ks to play the freaking stock market, bro.
markets.
I
Rich people.
warned people about that shit back in 2019, dude. I was like,
Exactly.
I told him, I was like, this is what they're gonna fucking do. You better look after your fucking 401. These motherfuckers are looking at me like I'm crazy, and they probably still think I'm fucking crazy until now. Oh, that's the thing too.
Well, go look it
It's gonna
up.
next thing you know, it'll hit fucking like CNN or something, and my buddy will call me and it's like, man, Wingnut, you were right, man. I was like, what the fuck? You had to see it on CNN before you fucking
Right?
thought. What the
And the worst part is that just was announced, I believe, like last week or something like that. That Trump, I believe he stood up there and said, the 401ks are now at a record high, things like that.
He's
And
going
I'm
to
just like,
praise the stock market for it. He's going to
wow,
praise them. He's going to
yeah,
sell you that. You need to
exactly.
put more of it into there. This is the only
That's
way
right.
we're going to save it. You're going to
That's
vote
right.
for it. Yeah.
You gotta add more into it. You gotta
Yeah.
start investing into it. And man, what people don't understand, it's gone. It's been gone for like 2 decades, I think.
Yes, it's a Ponzi scheme at this point. They got to keep bringing in more motherfuckers to pay the old motherfuckers.
And this is where they're screwing themselves because the Rona, right? They need these able bodies to be able to do this. They just need the meat bags. That's all they need is just the meat
Yeah,
bags,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And to put a number on them and talk about, well, here's the new thing, right? Now that we're in a digital world,
Right.
data
This is
is
the way
the
we
new
sell a
oil.
meat bag all
There
over
you
again.
go.
Yeah,
There you go. But the Rona put a hurting on them to the point to where they actually had to pull back on some of that stuff. There, there is a rumor out there, and I have seen articles out there that we're talking like tens of millions of people from the Rona when they got the injection. Right. And I had called at least 6 million solid, better than the so called event back in the 40s. Right. Because, I mean,
wait. I'm trying to do this without talking directly, but are you telling me we're missing that many number of people who got the injection?
oh, they're gone, bro. We're talking
Okay, okay,
tens of
okay.
millions we're talking about.
I hadn't even heard or thought about, any such number
They
would
said it
not
was,
be. Uh,
they said it was a generation of the Vietnam War era. It wiped out a whole generation.
yeah, Google would probably fucking follow me if I Google the ass. Google would fucking flag me. What that nigga say?
Man.
What he asked me? What he
Well,
say?
and here's the crazy stuff. I've got videos that I put on that video platform that I gave you that
Yeah,
will tell you, right, that the government they will break down every little government contract and who is with the DOD,
yeah.
the DOJ,
I
the
say
WHO,
so.
all of them, right, all three-letter agencies,
Yeah.
right. They'll put them all out there, right, and they'll
COVID.
tell you.
I saw one of them where COVID contracts with the pharma companies went through the Department of Justice. They like, why the fuck would
Mhm.
you go through those? Because they're unbreakable.
Military.
Damn.
Remember the
Yeah.
military? Remember I've been
Yeah.
saying in the military? Remember the
Yeah.
military? The only reason why Rona even took place because it was a military operation. Right?
Right.
You were
That
under
type of
military
shit.
rule as a
Right.
enemy combatant under the
Uh,
Patriot Act.
curfew. That's like a small scale thing.
Everything was
But
that not a soft martial law?
martial law. That's the word I'm trying to look for.
Soft martial
Yeah,
law. That's
soft
all it was.
martial
But
law.
what it was a soft medical martial law. How about them apples? Throw that
Uh,
one in there. Because it was the military who was controlling the borders. It was the military who was controlling everything else. In other words, your so-called uh, glorified gangbangers with badges.
I
Yeah,
get
those
it.
dudes.
What?
Those dudes have military ranks for a reason. You mean to tell me you're going to call him sergeant and not think that you're not in the military? You mean to tell me you're going to call him
Yeah.
captain and not think you're in the military? You mean to
You
tell me
got-
you're going to sit there and say lieutenant and not think he's in the military? You are in a military state. Prove me wrong when they are rolling up with an MRAP kicking in your door.
yes. When but speaking of that shit, I remember when they were making these little radars and shit to fuck up protesters and shit. Well, now they do. But back then
All
when they
right.
was showing the technology on modern marvels and shit, the military is developing this thing where it can disperse a crowd, never to be used. This against the American citizens. This is the guy with the contract. Yes, we can disperse a crowd. It'll boil your skin at 500 feet away and all of that shit. And now I've been hit by that shit. It totally came here. You totally gave it to everybody. The fucking people in Wisconsin use it off the top of the courthouse.
It's called LRAD, the high
The L
frequency.
right.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I remember watching it all those years ago and watching people disperse. This would have been when they were just coming up with this shit, and the company who got the deal type shit, and they would put 6 people in a row. They do it, and they'd immediately run. I'm like, bullshit. I bet you I can stand that shit. All those years later, I get hit by that shit, and I ran like a broad.
The worst part is now it's in the palm of your hands,
Yes, they.
and you agreed.
Yes, it's that. Uh, I don't want to go too conspiratorial with the chip shit, but it is certainly you agreeing to stay with what you're saying. It's you agreeing to be tracked, traced, give them your information, tell them everything you like about food, an agreement. You will give them information 24 hours a day. You agreed to that. I agreed to that. Maybe not
Yes,
you
sir.
niggas, yeah, but I know some motherfuckers who would
Well, they've
disagree with.
changed the agreement on some of these social networks over the years. You know what I mean? I agreed to certain terms when I first started, but
I
you
would
know,
never know. I've never read one of them. Not one. I'm a big YouTuber.
I have.
I've never read one. I don't even visit my analytics, man. I couldn't even find that shit.
They're not fun to read, and there's a reason for it. You don't really want to know what they're saying.
Very good, right? And they don't want you to want to know. Yeah.
Mm-mm. No,
They want
they'll
you
put
safe
all
in your
the
ignorance.
flower printed stuff at the front,
Right.
well,
Everybody
and
shit.
the
know.
next 2 or 3 paragraphs at the end. Good luck,
All right. You selling your firstborn kid for Netflix and shit,
and your kidneys.
Where's little Bobby? And you got
You
an
didn't read the
appointment
fine
next
print.
week. Yeah.
That's right.
At the doctor.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean,
And
well, technically, I mean, there's just one in there where I was like, yeah, I thought it was interesting. It was like, if you promote like healthy living or something like that, that's actually against terms of services and shit. You know what I mean? Like on YouTube,
Yeah,
yep,
many other things. Yeah, yeah. Unless you go through certain so and so, unless you get the okay, that's what it goes
you
down
get
to. I'm
the
sure they
okay
got
from
written
the
rules.
doctor guild. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to get the okay, right? I'm sure that so and so news can get away with showing video footage of graphic shit that I could never do on YouTube, but I can go to NBC and see the actual fucking on YouTube and see the actual accident dude get run over by a bike. I put the shit on my channel, I get in trouble. You got to get the okay.
hmm I've seen
Just
enough of it to know that I said I'm done with it.
that's the hard part. How do you disassociate from this shit, right? The first part is just you don't even know that you're associated. It's like deprogramming yourself is that's hard enough and endless enough. And then how do you get away from it once you recognize it? You deprogram yourself to see the creature now in front of you. How do you get away from it? This motherfucker.
Well,
And that's the whole part of it, right? I mean, when we all watched the movie, I think pretty much The Matrix, right? We are living it on a new level of everybody thought it was just a movie. And I didn't think, anything more of it other than it sure seems like it could be the new future. Right. That's what I thought of it.
Right.
Why? Because of
Right.
all the digital aspects of things. Of in our era, we got to see those start to come in a little faster and a faster and faster. It's
Yeah.
those that are in between that we should be really concerned about, and
yeah,
not being able to reach those people.
yeah.
And then,
Was
Terminator comes before the Matrix, though.
that, and that's even the worst part is because it's endless amount of money.
Yeah, yeah,
But
because of
there's no way we could
AI
reach it.
arms race, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at, right? To say though that there's some of us that are using the technology to at least learn how to keep up with the new technology that they're going to be throwing at us. And it's not easy. I'll tell you right now. I will tell you this, that less than 5 years ago, I hadn't really touched a computer since high school. A phone, yes, but that was it, right? And so at that point, a little bit before 5 years, the Matrix was already out, right? And I started seeing
Right.
how fast a phone could change the digital world. And the only reason for that is I might have pushed the limits, right? And I might have done things that I don't understand why I went through so many brand new devices. And I don't understand why I have a lifetime ban to where even where I submit my ID and all the proper identification, I'm still not allowed back on that platform. And
But
I'm
you
still not
say
sure
you
why I
don't
have a literal
understand.
lifetime ban. A
You don't
literal lifetime
understand.
ban.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And if I did something wrong, why didn't you at least do something other, at least come to me in a different manner than just popping up on my phone when I'm
Well,
doing things?
I was gonna say if they didn't tell you directly, they
Well, they
probably don't
offered me
have a
money.
they probably
They
don't have a
offered me
good
money
reason.
to stop. That's all that I can tell you. They offered me money to stop. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't think that's a, I mean, it was six figures. And they said, what are you really trying to do? And and by that time it was too late. Why? Because I had already been at it for like 6 or 7 months. I had already gone in there and I'd hammered their internal systems. Right. And I did it all completely out in the open, all out in public. Right. And that's what got them is because that's what they couldn't get past on levels of censorship. I was I was put in jail many times, so called that jail platform jail, right? Snakebook is a reason it was built, right? And I can tell you, I was the one back in the days that was making sure it was built the way it was built on many levels, and it was not fun. Why? Because there are people there that are looking literally in real time at your device. They're literally popping up on your device in real time. And this was over a decade ago, bro.
Right. I heard that
And
when you're typing shit before you push send, depending what app you're using, they're watching you type shit. You might think that they don't know, but they're watching you type and all of that shit on some of these different shits. Even that moment, you think, well, I'm private until I send it. Now it's in the world. No, somebody's real time watching you type your shit and all of that.
They got agents doing that now, mostly.
It's the number one thing. Yeah, it's the number one thing there from me. I think that was me and you talking about it today. It used to be terrorism. I'm so high. This be terror. I don't think I can't remember whatever you call it in the United States. Terrorism, domestic terrorism, far right wing radicals. And since the internet has come along, it's now the biggest threat to the country is the internet. And they reassigned a bunch of those agents and other agents from other really crucial places to do the internet. Uh, I think all of the like it just accidentally all the people who used to do the child trafficking shit they got hit hard and they were reassigned. So they were like professionals who've been at this for years and built up all these contacts now have to watch my emails and shit. Uh, that's fucked up. But it would all be planned. They can't let you I keep going. I think it's that operation. Was it Operation Mockingbird? I don't know. Where few people controlled all that fucking shit. They would have been so used to having absolute control. You could not let it go. These people would be narcissistic by now. You couldn't let it go. And that's what the internet
Right.
and all these things threaten. And it's doing niggas like you, right? You'd be that guy who we must control, and this nigga don't want to play by the rule ass niggas. You be one of them. All right. They must find a way that you got to think they're not going to give up. We just said they put the fucking feds. That was their number one shit now. is watching what you say, guarding how you speak.
Well,
Yep.
see, fuck all that shit. I mean, like the idea of like what they're doing over there in Europe is like actually putting people in fucking jail or prison or whatever, like a meme. You know what I mean? So I'm like, no, no, we cannot adopt that type of fucking mentality here. Fuck all that shit.
It
You
usually
know,
comes here. It usually
I
does.
mean, it gets into that. Also, it gets into that Minority Report
Yeah,
type of level.
yeah, yeah,
Also, it's like pre-crime. You
yeah.
know,
I saw
you
you
know,
say a text like,
because
"I'm a
you
kill
were
joke."
walking down there and I thought you were suspicious. Therefore, I think you're going to break into this place. So, we're going to arrest you before you do it.
We were 3 layers into your fucking messages and shit, and we heard a conversation where you said, "I'm gonna kill Joe Cool if he do that shit again." So we got 2 feds at your door. We want to make sure and see if that was a real threat. What
Right.
nigga? What? How's you listening to my conversations with my fucking ex-girlfriend anyway, nigga? And I threaten that nigga every week. That nigga threatened me. Fuck is you talking about? So you did threaten him? Ah, okay. Yeah, you going to jail.
Yep. That's the way. I mean, and that's what they're claiming that AI for law enforcement is going to be the new
Yes.
predictive,
Yes. Yeah.
what they call
Oh.
All right.
predictive policing.
All
Yeah.
right. Check this
Predictive
out.
policing. Yeah.
All right. Check this out. This is AI, like, Grok or Chat GBT or whatever. All this AI stuff. I'm going to tell you something. When it's all right, now they can't even control it now. All right. They don't know how to control it now. All right. But when it's smarter than every human on the planet combined, how do you control it then? You know, and you start giving it, all these different, basically moving it into positions of authority. You know what I mean? It's taking decisions for police department. Next thing you know, it's for anything else like city council. It might be for the fucking, county. And next
All
thing you
right.
know,
Check
it's up
this
into the
out.
Oh,
state.
you didn't
You
read that
know,
headline?
who's to say that we are going to get a fucking president that nobody's ever seen in real life, but he always ends up on TV?
You didn't know that was the goal? You
Like
didn't
it's
know
a
that that was
movie
the
like
goal.
that.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I mean,
I'm
let's
just
think about it.
saying.
Let's
Yeah.
think about it. Now that you
Star
mention that,
Trek. It was
let's
a
throw
Star
this.
Trek episode. That's what it was.
Well, okay.
That nigga had
Hear
been
it
dead
now.
forever, and he's still on TV every day, and they didn't
Right.
know it.
Right.
Hear it now. Michael Jackson, right? Okay. But anyway, Wingnut said it, right? Why? Because look at the level of corruption that's in your government. What is the only option for the people left? Is for them to worship a higher so called power, right?
Exactly.
AI. AI doesn't have feelings, but AI is only going to be as good as the corrupt coder who
All
injects
right,
the.
slow down, slow down. I got to get past the first part because they worship the government. That's granted, this is their God.
That's right.
And you're saying
That's
they're
right.
going to move over to AI as their God. Getting
Well,
these
what do
monkeys
you
off
option do
of.
you have as a so-called consumer or maybe even a citizen? What are your options right now for anybody in office that will do anything semi-honorable?
There is none. That's a done deal. That's over. There is none.
Okay, well, the
Yeah.
Wingnut already said it. There you go.
Yeah.
Wingnut just gave you the answer. Why? Because AI doesn't have feelings. There you go. There's your new leader.
But yeah, I agree that it's going to go that way. I 100% agree. But I'm
It
getting
already
these
is.
monkeys off of their God now is going to be a slow
Right?
process, is what I was trying to say.
Oh, I'm not going to disagree.
Yeah.
You look at, but we thought that the Rona was going to be a slow process. Look how bad it messed up a lot of people.
2 weeks
Look
to
how bad
flatten
it
the
killed.
curve. 2 weeks to
Right?
flatten the
Thank you.
curve.
Thank you. Now you want to talk about the curve joke. Right, right, great.
2 weeks. Trump just said that shit, when the war first started, it's going to be a 2-week war. I'm like, oh my God, here we go again. Who are you? Nostradamus, nigga? 2-week war, the 2 weeks to flatten the curve and everything will be fine. Yeah, you just got to live with higher gas prices. And, don't worry, it should be back normal in 2 weeks. And 6 years later, we're cracking jokes on the shit on the internet somewhere. I told you that. Remember I said that shit? Fucking.
I remembered it.
Yep.
I remembered it.
I remember that shit.
Well, I'm pretty sure Wingnut called it.
It's like talking about
I heard it here first. That's all I'm going to say.
it's like
I already knew it, but I heard it here first. That's
how is
all I'm
this
going to say.
how is this any different from watching a Star Trek episode or episode of your John Wick or some shit, or the report, Minority Report? Has this shit any fucking difference? You fuck, I don't lost my train of thought. I'm too high. Fuck.
Ain't no
Well,
difference.
we got to figure out a way to okay, and if we can't flip the script, write our own script. If all the world's a stage, we need to
Yes,
write our own fucking script.
great.
Exactly. A plus. And everybody needs to be their own.
Agreed, because you can't control other niggas.
That's
Right.
right.
And you're
And
hitting
it's
them from
voluntary.
more facets when you do that shit. Everybody's
That's
not hitting
right.
the same shit. You're hitting them from multiple directions.
Seriously, that's right. Yeah.
My brother had a cancer treatment like that. It was a gamma radiation treatment where they lock this halo thing on your head and make a facial mask. It's crazy. They weave it out of whatever the fuck, fiberglass. I don't know. Because what they're doing, they got to make sure they hit the same spots. What they do is they got hundreds of lasers in a circle, and they all shoot at your head, but they only combine in that one spot. And where you combine, if it's 400 lasers, it's 400 times more powerful. That's the imagery that popped in my head with this. If you got 400 niggas hitting from different angles, where they meet, it's more powerful. For instance, you
Absolutely.
got you doing the radio shit, you got me doing the street shit, you got anarchy, fucking men. I mean,
If we could get him on
doing
something like a ham or something,
doing the ham
right?
radio shit.
Well,
My
yeah,
fault. I don't know
well,
where that
I'm
fucking
not a
man
licensed
came in.
ham.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
not
But
but
licensed?
I've
Okay.
been talking on CB forever.
but that'd
Okay.
be the
Well,
direction
that's
though,
another
right?
form of communication.
Yes,
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah. Well,
and
that's that's the other reason why I was sitting there. And I was like, well, the old analog television stuff is still sitting around. Take use of that. I mean, and if I can get more people into it, next thing you know.
wait. Are you saying you could do television like you do the radio, a ham radio, or CB or something? What are you saying? You could broadcast
That's the
TV
idea.
signals?
That's the idea. Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, one of the things that
Wait.
I've
It
always
is
wanted for a
possible.
long.
Niggas just do it for a van. From a van, they were broadcasting. I remember some people got caught doing it from a van, and their signals as they drove around interrupted shit throughout the neighborhood. It was famous here in Chicago. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah.
But I know it's possible. I was asking myself in the head,
Well,
is
I
it?
mean,
I
it's gonna
asked
take.
you, is it possible? Apparently, I know
Yeah.
the answer to my own question. Yes, it's possible.
Well, it's old technology actually. I mean, it's been around for a while, but the thing is, it's like uh all the like television nowadays. Like the regular stuff you get over the rabbit ears. It's all digital stuff that you're watching now.
Right.
All the analog frequencies, all the analog stuff is still there. It's just not being used anymore
I
because
thought it was dead. They detect. People just stop using it. Don't kill it.
right. Yeah, I don't. See, the digital takes up less room, and and it's just you can get more information out and all that stuff. So that's why one of the
How the
reasons why
fuck do you even pick up? Because everybody shifted their antennas to digital. I remember the moment they did it here in
yeah,
Chicago and all that bullshit.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the analog frequencies are still open. They're still there. It's just nobody's using them.
I don't
Nobody's
even know how to pick
broadcasting
them up.
anything.
How would you
And
pick them up?
just through your rabbit ears, man. I mean, I don't know about new TVs because I don't have a brand
No.
new
Any
TV.
analog signal. How
And
would I
yeah,
pick it up?
like through your fucking rabbit ear antenna. You know what I mean?
Uh,
Just like
Now, if you think if I'd pick up a signal now, if I just plug in, I guess still get rapid air shit. I don't know. I ain't
yeah,
tried this in a year.
yeah, yeah. You just hook an antenna to the back of your TV and run that out. But uh, it on like I don't know about the new stuff, but I mean, like I guess generally new. But I mean, my TV's they have an option when you do the scanning to like see
Yeah,
what channels are there.
yeah.
It'll scan both digital and analog, and see if anything comes up. And
Ah,
like
that's
for
all I
instance,
could say.
if I was transmitting my signal out, if anybody was in within range,
Wow.
all they would pick it up on their TV. They just turn on
Man, wait. Now you just made it interesting and fuck. Because people have modern TVs. If it's that simple as to switch over to so and so and scan the analog shit,
and
you could put that message out there that here is our message.
um,
And okay, we got the same problem immediately. Everything
That's
else
where
died.
for
amplifiers
a
and
minute,
repeaters come in, though.
Yeah, I was about to say
yeah.
that we got that problem. No,
Yeah,
what's an amplifier and a repeater? It's what it sounds
Or,
like, right? It
yeah,
extends the distance of the signal.
yep, yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep. A repeater would anyway.
All
But
right.
even then, I'm not even sure. I'm still I want to experiment with it. You know what I mean? And because I'm not
a good
exactly
amped
sure
up
how.
CB is pretty gnarly.
Yeah, but
If you got a really good amped up the CB, bro,
yeah.
you can
Oh,
skip those.
I know, but I'm curious what TV skip looks like.
Right. And
Mm,
how far?
I'm curious.
Oh, there you go.
I'm
Wait, and
curious.
the distances, I guess, I'm assuming would be shorter. I used to do the CB shit. We used to get the big square batteries, and we used to get the big antennas and do crazy shit in our bedrooms and get crazy distances. But I don't know if that would apply to a TV signal.
Well, okay. See, it's mostly depending on what channel I'm on, and they're using the old analog stuff was UHF and HF, UHF or whatever, but the not HF, it was UHF and VHF. But HF is where the CB band is. But the UHF and VHF is where the TV usually was normally around, like channel
Right,
3, channel 4, channel 13,
right. I think
whatever.
you
But,
need the transmitter. I don't know what type of
well,
transmitter you need.
I'm using at the moment. I'm going to be using a modulator, but I need to figure out some kind of way of amplifying it. But I mean, I'm pushing out a little bit out of the modulator. But the thing is like um, if I can, make it to look like to other people how easy it is to do this same thing that I'm doing, next thing you know, a lot of people will start doing it and become like basically the CB world. We
Yeah,
all like, what we do is we go out and we want to talk. All right. So what we do is you go out and get some equipment and then get yourself a setup with an antenna and all that stuff and start transmitting. All right. Now you're talking. Right? It's the same thing with the fucking the TV thing. You know, we don't need like the infrastructure that they put in place with all the cell towers and all the internet and all that stuff.
right.
Each individual, all coming together basically through that realm of communication becomes the infrastructure.
Well,
You know what
okay, I
I'm
dig
saying?
it. What do I need to put out to you? Basic shit, because all half
Well,
this
see, that's what I'm
modulated
trying to.
shit you're
Okay, see, that's
talking
the
is.
thing. When it comes down to distance, this is another
I
thing
mean,
too.
distance. Just for starters, just right now the basic setup. Put yourself a block away.
Well,
I want to send you a TV
okay.
signal. What
Well,
you
I
look
can give
like?
you a simple thing. All right. Then
Yeah.
this is still using a modulator. All right. I don't know if you remember back in the old days, before it was still analog, but before when the gaming systems came in and you wanted to hook it up to your TV so you can play the games, you
Yes,
had to go through this box. You had to plug that into a box and then that into the TV.
I
You know,
remember that box.
okay,
Yeah.
and that's what that was is a modulator. It had like channel 3 and channel 4 on it. So you can, all right. All right. Well, that you can still find those in old thrift stores sometimes. And that
What do
right
I do
there
with
is
that?
all right. That right there is basically the modulator to run. All right. What you would do, all right, is you would have whatever you want to put in, like any kind of video or whatever,
Right,
through that modulator, and
right.
instead of into the TV,
Wait, wait,
you
wait,
go
wait, wait. Let's say I want to do a YouTube video. I fit
right
my video
now. If you
signal
had
through the modulator, and then
right.
what?
Okay, you throw that signal through the modulator, and then instead of into the TV, you go straight up to an antenna, and now you're
Okay,
broadcasting. you're just fucking
It's
broadcasting
that
that signal
fucking
out.
simple.
Yep.
The modulator does all the work. Okay.
Yeah. And the
So
only thing is, like I said, doesn't have a lot of range,
agreed. I mean,
and the
yeah,
antenna does have some importance too.
right,
Now,
right,
depending on if you want to focus it in one direction or you just want to
right,
radiate it from
right,
all around.
right,
You know what I
right,
mean?
right, right,
And
right,
then on
right,
top of that, it's coming up with like some kind of an amplifier to give boost that
right.
signal out a
To
little bit
boost
further.
it.
You know what I mean?
And the guy picking it up, he's gonna
Yeah.
want a better reception to build a
Yeah.
better reception. I
Well, it's
remember,
okay. Any TV that can pick up the regular, airwaves, TV stuff
right.
can be that's your receiver.
Oh, he already got
All,
his gear. He ain't got to get nothing. No.
you already got the receiver
Right.
part of it.
Okay.
All
Right.
right. And then the only other
Wow.
thing would be the transmitting part of it would be that modulator and then and whatever you can put in. See, that's why I was wanting to get a computer because then I can actually, do a lot of stuff through that and then put that signal through the modulator and then
It
straight out the antenna.
cannot be this fucking simple, yo. It cannot
Yeah.
be.
I
It,
did a video of a bare bones fucking
te-
proof
television
of
broadcast.
concept, basically a proof of
Right.
concept of the shit. I had an old VCR playing fucking what was it fucking a movie on the VCR, and I had that running through the modulator out the antenna, and I was picking it up on a regular TV just over the airwaves, and it
And
was
I got to keep reminding myself that I do know it's possible because the public radio television station
all right.
back in the day got interrupted. Doctor Who was on there once and something else. It's all over the internet now. It was
Oh,
here in
you talking about what?
Chicago,
You
and
talking
with
about when like was it
a pirate
um
signal,
yeah
I
yeah
think
yeah
they
it
was
was the
calling it.
Max Headroom thing.
Probably him. But the guys who were doing it got caught. They were mobile in a van.
Oh, yeah, yeah, Max Headroom. Now the Max Headroom one that
Uh,
never got fucking caught. Never got.
all right. Well, whoever I'm thinking
Never,
about were mobile in a van, and that's
okay.
probably why they eluded. They was casting the signal on the move once it came out. That's
Well,
how
that's
they
the best
were
way
doing it.
to get away with it, though, because honestly, if you're stationary, they just triangulate and they know where you're at. But if
Right.
you're always moving, it keeps them guessing where you're
Yeah.
at. You know what I
Right.
mean?
You could be here tonight or
Yeah,
here in here
exactly.
tonight.
Yeah.
Depending on how frequent you need to move. I mean, that's just and you
Well,
hit more people that way. Anybody who knows they're watching
right,
that signal. Uh,
right. I mean, pirate radio stations every once in a
Pirate
while.
radio was the thing. I saw a movie about it. What
Yeah.
the fuck? I need to rewatch that
What do
movie.
you
It
think
was
we pretty much
Still,
built, guys? It was
oh well, yeah, right.
24/7.
I forgot you even here. You're yeah, you'd be the guy
I
who
mean,
I'd
all
be
that is
asking.
we built our own dog. We got tired of all the stupid stuff. We had I've already gone through three radio stations. This is the
Right,
fourth one,
right.
and to the point of though, this one's pretty legit. I feel pretty good about it. It's
Very
simple, it's
good.
easy, it's fast, and it's open source. That means you can own it, Joe. That means you can own it, Wingnut. That means Snook could own it. Anybody in this chat can own it, right? All you got to do is install it, and you got to figure out the whole program. And you believe it or not, Wingnut, if you really want to do something towards low power or anything like that, I'm just telling you because I have had to actually deal with the challenges put in front of me of using nothing but a cell phone and a mini PC, as well as a cell phone and a full size PC, and running
right,
through mobile data, right? But the problem is when you run through mobile data, they don't like it when you run a lot of data that, it'll eat your data pretty quick. 25, 50 gigs will go pretty fast on some levels, right? So
right,
you have to be able to handle the data plan, and that's ugly, right? But if you do it smart and you do everything, let's say you do what you normally do, right? The only time that you really use extra data is, let's say, when you stream. You can
right,
actually have one of those mini PCs that you were talking about. A PC, a mini PC is not going to be as powerful It's not going to be able to do as much, but it can do just as much, if not more. Meaning that mini PC can run the same radio station you see with 30 plus channels, no problem. You got the storage, you can do it, right? I've got the storage to where my content, I'm holding like
What are you
a
storing?
terabyte.
How are you storing it? What are you storing? I mean,
Um,
is it like an
all those
external drive or something? What are you doing?
No, I'm set up with servers. I have my
Okay,
in-house servers.
okay,
Literally, I built my computer from parts and pieces of. I didn't want the factory what they send you. That
right,
is the
right,
best way to try to avoid some of the modern tracking that they do to you, is to part and piece everything in. Does
right.
that make sense?
Yeah,
Meaning,
yeah, yeah,
Does to me, yeah.
yeah.
So, when they get everything in sync, oh, it's in sync. It sends everything back to the mothership as soon as you fire it up to the internet, right? But if you have one part from this place, one part from that place, one part from some other place, all my
Do you
systems are basically
delay it or do
Frankenstein.
you stop it with that? Do you delay it or do you stop it?
On some levels, none of the
Frankenstein and
above.
some shit. Right,
Well,
right. Okay.
why? Because even depending upon the error that you're using, some of these chips, the brain of the computer basically had a form of communication back to the mothership no matter what from
I
the
would
factory.
assume, right.
Yeah, right. And so when they did these, remember now, when you would go and do these what they call BIOS updates, meaning, let's say the manufacturer got something wrong and they didn't tweak out the numbers properly and it was creating the computer to crash. They go out there
Right,
and they change the specs out and they turn around and they do a BIOS revision and they send it to the public. Well, that needs to be able to communicate with all systems, in-house and out-house,
right.
to be able to
I
function
get it.
properly.
Right,
And
right,
that's why
right,
Microsoft is hated so much, right? Because they're doing all this extra tracking, all this extra tracing, all this extra AI
right.
integrated into everything that you do. Why? Because it's always sending data back home
So
to the
this is the
mothership.
whole thing. This is the whole thing. We repeat ourselves here. What you can do, at least to stall it, is older technology is less easily tracked, and from there it
Hmm.
would lead us to broadcast your own radio and TV signals.
And
That's
more.
crazy.
And more, I think. And that's what they're doing in Japan, right? That's why they're going back to Windows 7, because of the lack thereof tracing. And now, mind you,
Right.
Japan, their population is done as a people. That they can't. Their government has suppressed them so much that they can't
Oh,
reproduce fast enough.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and plus, you got to mind you that their technology is way ahead of us
Yeah,
when it
aren't
comes
they
to,
making the majority of the semiconductors and all that stuff over there?
it, right? And you nailed it. And to the level of, though, that they have all these AI bot girlfriends. They're the
Yeah.
ones who have the robot wives. They're the ones who have all the, robot best friends. They don't have a life. They live in their cubicle. They live
Yeah.
out of their cubicle. The government has also suppressed them so much that, they can only have like a one kid policy, even,
Well, I think that's over
right?
with. That's
And
done.
well, they had to, because they have
Yeah.
the population's done, has been crushed. They can't
Yeah.
reproduce fast enough,
Yeah.
right? So they had to eliminate
Right.
all. No
Right.
different.
So of course they release it.
They
Right.
got
Right.
no, but
Yeah.
they can't milk the cow if there are no more cows left, and
Well, that
they've got no way to tie it other than
well, I
robots.
mean,
How are you going to charge a
yeah,
robot anything?
exactly, exactly.
So they need the meat bags,
You
right?
Yeah.
made
So
me
they if
think that. Wait,
they
wait. You made me think. You say how you gonna charge a robot? You made me think. That's what the police are. They're robot, and that's my proof. They don't get charged with anything.
Mm-mm.
That's my proof that they're robots.
What
They're
are you going to do?
ineffective.
Give them a jolt of electricity to
Uh,
recharge them back up? The
I'm
robot?
thinking. I'm thinking they don't get charged
I need
with
that ID. I need that
charges.
ID. Come on,
They
I need
don't
that
get.
ID, man.
They're
That's it.
impervious to charges. They're impervious to charges. Like a robot would be, I guess,
In your government.
in your electrical shit. They are
Well,
Yeah.
robots and they are
that's
impervious
the
to
reason
those
why I
charges.
say. Well, that's why I say the mandatory shock collars because honestly, okay, how do they get punished anyway? I mean, there's people out there, there's cops that are like sheriffs and all this other stuff that, they got a major record of, like, lying on reports and, lying
Yes.
on testimony and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And then they're, able to get, retire and get their pension and all this other shit. You know what I mean? And some of them got promotions and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck? Where's the punishment in their acts that are actually technically illegal acts that should have been put them in prison type of scenario? Because if any other average person had put him in prison for it.
Let's
And
be honest, when they threatened the guy on the street that day and said, I'm going to take you to jail if you don't do so and so, get out the car, whatever, you threaten to take a motherfucker to jail. That's enough where the average motherfucker is supposed to be getting the cases and getting in trouble for it. I'd be okay with them getting in trouble for way less than even the report shit, even, pushing a motherfucker about the ID, stopping a nigga. I'd have you be 8 motherfuckers back at the office when you get home. You stopped this movement. Why? It couldn't be a casual thing.
well, that's the thing. That's okay. That's another reason why I'm gonna go back to the shot caller thing, because it would be instantaneous type of a punishment. Because honestly, man, I hate the idea that this propaganda that's being put out there is like, you might beat the charge, but you ain't gonna beat the ride. That bullshit.
Yeah,
You know
that
what I mean? It
bullshit.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter if they're fucking wrong. It doesn't matter if they're fucking
yeah,
lying. You still get fucked. You still get fucking swiped up and kidnapped and all this other shit. You know what I mean? False
yeah.
imprisoned
That's
and all this other, just depending on things. You know what I mean? There's instances, but I'm just saying
it's
that's where it's
casual.
at. You know what I mean? They need to be punished on immediate, and not, because you wait until you go to court, and then they're going to try and drag it out to fucking bleed you of all your
Right,
savings to fight this shit. You know
right.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Hoping that
And
you just
and
quit.
uh and then at the end of it, they be like, if you're lucky, they be like, you were right. Well, hey, I was harmed, nigga. I'm out of my pocket. I'm missing work. I don't even hustle. I hustle. I don't even got a legit job, but still, you taking time out of my day. Pay me for this. Who's responsible now? Not him. He's a
Well,
robot.
that's the
He's
thing.
immune
Should,
to
yeah,
anything.
it shouldn't be fucking coming out of the taxpayers. It should come out of that
It
motherfucker's
can't
fucking
right. It
pension
can't
and his
be me
fucking,
and you who
yeah,
responsible. I can't pay my own shit. And
exactly.
anarchy didn't do shit.
Exactly.
Surely
Exactly.
it was between you and the cop and him and you niggas. Why am I paying?
Exactly. I mean, it's the same cycle. It's the same circle if people look at it. I used to know this guy that worked at a shipyard, all right? And he was sitting there, he was so glad about this fucking new contract that he got from the government, build this ship and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there, all right, you think about the money. You follow the money, all right? It starts in the taxpayer, all right? It gets stolen from us and put into the government. The government wants to go do a government contract and build a boat. So he, spends the money on this fucking private corporation to build the fucking boat. All right.
Right,
That person I knew worked for that private corporation. Well, basically, he just paid his own fucking check. You know what I mean? Out of his money that he earned. You know what I mean? Because
I
that all
must
that money circled right back into his paycheck. You know.
all right, say the whole thing over again. I'm really high.
Well,
Say
like
it
I
again.
said,
Start
he
from the
works in
beginning.
this he works in the shipyard. All right.
Okay.
Well, to get that ship that the government wants, they build at this shipyard. All right.
Right,
Well, the taxpayer, the people that are stolen from, and that goes to the government. The government hires a contractor to fucking build the ship.
right.
All right. That ship, the person that's building this ship, all right, the money that he gets in his paycheck comes from where? Comes from the
Another
taxpayer.
go. Oh yeah, which is the government, which is another taxpayer hit. All right.
Well, that's the thing, is it all originates from the taxpayer. So he's one of the taxpayers. He's basically paying his own check, basically out of his.
Yes. Yes. That
Mhm.
don't make no fucking sense.
That's a
When does
circle.
it
That's a
become a
circle.
racket? When?
Yeah,
When
Well,
does it become a racket?
I had to go back because it'd be
I
so
would
hard to extricate
Lincoln.
this shit from being a racket. Now it's just covered in molasses. I can't even find the original seed no more.
That's it.
Well, I
Wouldn't
think
know
that
where to
that was done
begin.
on purpose. That was definitely done on purpose because I
Yeah,
mean, honestly, they don't want us to know the true intent of what we're supposed to be. You know what I mean? If we
right.
were to believe the bill of goods of the Constitution, they've told us for all our lives. You know what I
Right.
mean? They technically right now because of what they how they operate, they basically use it for toilet paper nowadays. There's
Yeah.
no enforcement. There's no enforcement that we. That's my biggest thing. You know, when it comes down to enforcement, they to punish them for their crimes. All right. The thing is we the people don't have our own enforcement to force government to
Right.
comply with the supreme law of the land, and that's
And
what they
they
need to do.
and they
If
are
they don't
corrupt.
comply, they will
Uh,
get punished like they would
and
do to us.
and
You
they
know?
are corrupt on every level. In fact, the higher
Exactly.
you get, the more impervious and you can't untouchable that they get
Well,
to.
I anybody is touchable if somebody really wanted to touch them. All right, and that doesn't that's just because that's just the way it is. All right, but
I
that's
was
their
thinking,
belief. That is
Trump
their
appears
belief
to
that
be
they are
bullet.
untouchable because they
Trump
gotten away with
appears
it for
to
so long.
yeah, Trump appears to be bulletproof. I
Well, I'm
swear,
just
he appears to be bulletproof, man. You know how many lawsuits he's thumbed his face in it, and all
well, I
that.
mean,
Dude, not fuck y'all.
and I've said this before. You know what I mean? Like I don't play the lottery, but if I was to ever win like that, that $30 billion fucking lottery or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me, it's like, what would you do that? I was like, well, I'd probably buy my freedom. You know.
Which means what? You have to buy an island somewhere.
No, I would have to buy my freedom because it looks like whoever's got the most money can just do whatever the fuck they want.
I know, but what's your freedom look like? They can't give you a card, say this nigga free, don't fuck with him. He ain't gotta pay taxes, he ain't gotta do none of that shit.
I find a way to get away from that assumed obligation. Yes,
Right,
I
which
would buy
that's
my
why I
way
said
out of
you
it.
end up with your own island or your own
Well,
fucking
it would be yeah, but I'd probably still be here in America. But yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
just
yeah.
somewhere else, doing my own
The
thing, and
only
then
way
let
that's
somebody
going to
else.
help. Yeah, I think
Uh,
that's a logical way to think about it. And I think that it is a possibility. But the only way that's going to happen is if you are legally, uh, how shall we say, granted the privilege is properly. Because I mean, you're going up to a judge, and aren't you going to a judge for a plea of forgiveness on
What
some levels?
to get land?
On any level, if you speak to a judge, aren't you going up there to plea, usually for a deal, even?
Yeah, yeah. I thought he was supposed to
Yeah,
buying
yeah,
land though.
yeah.
Probably
Why
business,
you
yeah.
went to
It doesn't
judges?
matter. You have to have a land grant, right?
Ah,
And
that's how
Yeah,
that's
you
where
or
you
a
got to go
got
the
land
proper
patent.
process,
Actually,
or
land patent. That would be the way to
and
go.
grant,
Actually,
patent and
yeah,
grant. Actually, if you do it
and,
correctly
and,
legally, or it's
and
so-called legally, we use this talk
So
legal.
you're saying I don't just go grab some shit off the market. I got to go get approval for some shit.
You got to do more than that. You're gonna have to fight the courts, homie. You want that to be yours? You're gonna have to fight the courts. You already know, Joe. They
Well, I
don't want
don't think it
own
ever
nothing and be
really
happy. You
yours. I
better
don't think
quit.
it's
Own
ever
nothing and
really
be happy and
yours.
just quit. Then
I
you know
guess I
what?
mean to rent the land because I don't know
That's it.
about. I hear about that alloidial title shit where it's really yours. I don't even believe that's a thing. I heard people say it.
Well, you have to use what they put in writing, saying that the government basically is granted the permission to use the property for beneficial purposes, meaning that the government is not supposed to basically say, no, you can't take oil out of the ground because it's prosperous, right? And that's where the corporations have come in and obviously use that in their favor right about now.
Right,
And
right, right.
in the fascist regime that here we are. If anybody even looks up the definition of fascism, they're going to be like, "Oh wow,
I would
that's not
agree.
cool," And here we are. Why?
And
Because
we,
corporations are basically the new law. Look at your cops. Look at your police
the
departments. Those are
the
corporations.
the corporations I found write the law. They're let me try to get this right.
well, They don't write the law. They write
No, no,
statutes,
no,
codes,
no, no, no,
policies.
no, no, no. The corporations write the law. I'm going to tell you how. The guys who go and try and buy off the people, what are they called? Who go and buy off the
Lobbyists.
who?
The lobbyists.
The lobbyists, yes. The lobbyists now come with the law pre-written, and they give it to a senator, and he presents it as is. The literal person who wrote it is the people for the company. They write it, give it to the lobbyists. They take it and present it without changing a word. Some of these laws we have now were written by lobbyists.
Right.
I'm
I can't disagree.
just saying the corporations, that was the argument that the corporations are controlling some shit. Here is
Well,
evidence. They've
corporations are
literally
people
written some of our
in the
laws.
courts. Well, corporations are people in the courts.
Corporations are people in the courts. Yeah.
Yes, they're classified as people, right? And
Yeah.
that's where they come in and they get the same things
For
that
a person.
you and I
Yeah.
can get
Right.
with the permissions of the government, of course,
Yeah.
for a fee. Excuse
Suddenly,
me, for a
yeah,
fee.
for a fee,
I apologize.
I'll
I
do
stand
magic.
corrected. My
I'll
bad.
do magic and make you a person for a fee. Kazam, you know, $100 million. Kazam, you are a person.
Right.
Really? Can he take a
Yeah.
shit? Can the corporation, you know, fuck somebody? Can the corporation? How's he a person? Is it a he or a she? What's her pronouns?
Okay, well then here's one for you, Joe. Okay, let me ask you.
Non-binary.
There you go. Exactly. Here we are, right? You know. So here's one for you, Joe. And Anarchy, you tell me now. This is you. Do we all here agree that there is something called civil rights in this country that are supposed to be adhered to?
Oh, that's a tough one for me. Go ahead, Anarchy.
Well,
Well, go ahead.
that, you know, there's guidelines, right? Those civil rights that everybody talks about. Do we agree that those are supposed to be enforced because it is a law?
They're
according
hard to
to,
define,
you know?
though. All right, they're hard
Yeah.
as fuck
Okay.
to
Yeah.
define, which is why it's hard for me to agree
Okay,
to. I
well,
know
I
that
mean-
something out there exists called civil rights and shit, but I'm not sure exactly what it looks like. But yes, and people have fought for it, and they've made
Agreed.
laws protecting it, but I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Okay, well, and it's a very short, right? And here's the thing: that law that you, I, everyone else is supposedly protected under. That's the one that the cops are supposed to go by, such as the Constitution, right? And the Constitution and the equal rights are supposed to go hand in hand on levels, because if you actually break those constitutional rights and civil rights, there is actually punishment up to death written in law.
Yeah.
Right. And that's their laws, not mine. It's not my made up words. I'm just reading what they put. Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, going to the civil rights aspect of it, and everybody gets the equal right to freedom of speech, you know, the right to carry a firearm, you know, and many other, right. Of course, the civil rights that we claim that we have when we have free speech. Right. Well,
this is why it's so vague for me, because those same people tell me that we, I think it's the Declaration of Independence, we acknowledge that God has given us all these rights. They're by God. They cannot be taken away. Here, as proof, here are some of them: free speech, guns, or whatever the fuck they call our civil rights. But there will be a host of unidentified out there that we'd have to have too. And for them to narrow them suddenly to only the ones that you say are the ones that God gave, because you told me these are only a few of them. Here are a few of them. They're endless. So I should have endless fucking abilities and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not saying you're wrong by any means. I'm just going to say what's written by according to masters.
Yeah, I got you.
Right. And the masters of legal ease.
They're duty bound
because
to
that's
protect certain of them. Yeah. If that's
right.
Where you're going,
and we are supposed to follow the laws, correct?
Yes. And
so
we are duty bound apparently to follow.
And ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? Blah, 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 blah.
For cops, it's okay. But for us.
Right. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Watch your mouth, Joe. I got that soap on standby. Don't make it. So anyhow, Here it is. I'm going to break this down real quick. This is what everybody claims that they have this right for. This right to do this, right to do that. But if I'm going to state right now my beliefs in any kind of rights that someone claims that I was assigned or allotted or allowed or regulated or ruled over or even put on paper for me,
Right.
I have no knowledge of signing any type of contractual agreement to do such.
Agreed.
Right. I
It's
agree.
all I'm saying.
Right.
Okay, and and
I may have
and
my own belief of what a right is and all of that shit. I might
Well,
have
no,
my own.
I hear the it's like the public contract or that, what do you call it?
how
Yeah.
can it be my right if someone
Yeah.
else gave it to me? The
Well,
Yeah.
end.
no, yeah.
The end. The end of the story. How
Right,
can it be mine, but yet someone else is regulating it? It's not
right,
mine then.
Yeah.
right.
If someone
Well,
gave it to me, then how
right,
is it mine? It was mine to begin with. Why would somebody have to give it to me?
Listen,
right,
that goes for everything. That goes for the land we were just talking about, the car. If I have to keep paying you, how is it really my land? What the fuck? Why you keep coming back every year? If I bought it from you fucking last
Mm,
year, why are
yeah.
you back? I thought
No,
it was
I'm fixing to
mine.
tell you right here, Joe. Right here. I'm fixing to show you why. And people are going to say, no. I'm going to say, yes. And I'm going to go complete racist on you, Joe. Watch
Okay.
this. I'm going to go complete racist on you.
All right.
I'm going to read out this law word for word.
Yeah.
That's how racist I'm going to go on you. Watch this.
Yeah.
Okay. All persons within the jurisdiction of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory to make and enforce contracts, to sue, be parties, give evidence, and to the full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings for the security of the persons and property, Joe, as enjoyed by enjoyed by white citizens. That's you, Joe, and shall be subject to listen,
Yeah.
shall be subject to like punishment, pains, penalties, taxes, license, and exactions of every kind to no other equally.
So are they saying the white folks it's their duty to do this, or are they saying the white
No,
folks?
they're saying that the white folk are just as colored as you and me.
All right, I'm way too high to pick
That's
up on, and
equal. That is
and
equal.
I
The
cut
white
some. You
folk gonna
said,
get listen
go
now.
ahead.
The white folk is
Yeah.
gonna get taxed no matter if you like it or not. Correct? The white
Yes.
folks gonna get taxed. The black folks gonna get taxed if I like it or not.
Right. But
Right?
I don't know what
The,
you just read.
the,
That's what I was talking about. I don't know
and
what
that's
you
what I'm
just
saying.
read.
Well, what I was that is your civil rights that everybody claims that they have. My rights were violated. My rights were violated. I'm
Wait.
reading
But you
your
said
civil
white
rights.
people. You said something about white
That's
people
right.
in there.
That's what the government said. I didn't say it. That's what's written in
Right.
the law. That means they're included just as equally as every other color.
Well, I would assume if it's only applies to
Uh,
white people.
Race only applies to a race of lawyers. That's what people don't understand. Why? Because you're all colored equally under the law. I just read it to you.
Uh,
Even the white people is what it's
I,
saying.
what I was saying is that
Is that not messed up on some level? So I didn't.
I still
I
got to
thought.
grasp what you're saying. I'm gonna have to have you read it again. But when you read
Okay,
the first part, I in my head I zoned out because I was thinking about, wait a minute, are they selling me that I am so lucky I get to follow their laws? Is this what
that's
I'm
correct.
hearing him say? And I probably
And no,
zoned
you
out
are
and couldn't
granted
hear
these
for a little while.
privileges. You are granted these privileges.
Yes, and you're
Okay,
so
because it's
lucky.
under the law, equally.
But then they got white folks, and I don't get it. What that mean? Why they throw white
That
folks
means
in there?
everybody gets that because They said they got rid of slavery, Joe.
So they're saying even white people.
That's right.
Okay, all right, just read it
They
again.
did get rid of slavery.
Let
Why?
me
Because
hear it
everybody's
again.
getting treated the same.
Yes,
They're
it looks
getting
like.
taxed equally. They're
Yeah.
getting punished as equally. They're getting beat down on the streets by
Oh,
the cops just as equally.
wait. What's that article or whatever is that? I can just look it up.
Okay, 42.
God damn, I got 11 texts. Hold on a second.
So, what do you think about that, Wingnut? Have you ever heard of that?
Oh yeah,
The
yeah,
law
yeah,
broken down in that manner, though.
yeah,
Now,
yeah,
people
yeah.
say, "What is exactions?" What does the word exactions mean? Because it says right here, right? You shall be. Okay, it says as enjoyed by white citizens and shall be subject to like punishments, pains, penalties, taxes, license, and exactions of every kind. What does the word exactions mean?
I would have to
That's
look that up.
and
to
I'm going to look it up for you.
take out, to take from,
Okay.
to equally.
And okay, Joe, you're real close, bro. You're
Yeah.
real close, right?
To
And
exact revenge. That's what exact
oh,
exact
okay,
revenge.
this is coming from the law dictionary.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the source is coming from the law dictionary, and it says the definition and citations: the wrongful act of an officer or other person in compelling payment of a fee or reward for his services under color of his official authority where no payment is due between extortion and exaction. There is this difference that the former case that the officer extorts more than his due
Right.
when something is due to him.
Right.
In the latter, he exacts what is
Ooh.
not his due. They're exactions. That's your license, fines, fees, and what is extorted from you
Right.
by the government. You have to pay taxes, or
Right.
else what? They're going to kick in your door. They're going to come get you and throw you in a cage. That's your
Right.
fines and fees and
Under
extortion
under the law, that's it's
under
fair.
the law.
He gets to
You
exact.
equally. Yeah, that's right. You just nailed it, Joe. Everybody's treated equally under the. Everybody's color under the law. Everyone. You're the same color equally under the law. 42 USC 1981. Your equal rights.
Yeah.
And if you really want to get like kind of goofy with it, you can always go to 42 USC 1983, I believe. And 1983 is where it says that it's a civil action for deprivation of rights. That's where the punishment can be and up to death, even
Death.
on rifle.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I was reading all
Yep.
those 11 texts that I just got.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, deprivation, and one is deprivation from a color, from somebody under the color law, and the other one is conspiracy to deprive. So that gets all of them,
Absolutely.
241 and
There's another
242.
one. There's another one. Yep, there's plenty of them. If you do it right, you can set it up when you run across a cop. Why? Because he's going to probably commit at least 2 or 3 felonies.
100% every day they can these conspiracy when they go over there and say, I don't really have anything. Did you try and this and do this and that and make sure this and that? Yes, yeah, you're probably conspiring to deprive him of some rights that you've already agreed that he has. We ain't got nothing. He just out there on the sidewalk, nothing we can do. And you walk right over there and you be like, okay, I'm gonna do this and that, and you fucking tell him, listen, if you don't get off this corner, blah 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 blah. Take you
Yeah,
over there, you're gonna be arrested.
right.
What are we gonna put on? Are we gonna put on a failure to the obstruction, you trespass? That's a a good video. I'll never remember because I'm so high and I can't keep a thought. But there was a really good trespass where the cop told the motherfucker to leave, and he leave. And after he got off, he started talking shit. And he came over and grabbed him and still trespassed. He was like, "Fuck did you mean? I was leaving. You told me to leave. I left. Nah, they want you trespass." He's like, "Fucking
Yeah, I think I saw that one. I forgot who
yeah."
it was. I don't know if it was Jeff Gray or no. It wasn't Jeff
So,
Gray.
so like I would have saw it recently within the last, I don't know, week or something.
Yeah, it was in the last week or so. I think you're right.
Uh,
I don't remember who it is. So I'm kind of going through right now, looking at history to see if I can remember
you know,
who it is.
Eric should be out soon, right? You wouldn't
They
know.
say
You
by
talk to,
Christmas.
yeah, you talk to friends. You probably, I'm talking in code here. You probably, I know a lot more than when he might blah blah. But you talk to friends in code. I'm sure he knows some shit. But yeah, that's yeah, yeah.
I just heard that maybe by Christmas. That's all I heard.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Well,
And I'm going to leave it at that. Because anything else,
yeah.
I don't want to get anybody else's hopes up either. Right? That's not fair to them. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure it happens, right? That's all I want. I'm not here to try to jinx a man. He deserves to get out. That's all I want.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. Right. That's here
I'll,
nor there.
I'll say it's looking good. I'll say one of those with a thumbs up and a cheesy grin. Yeah.
Yeah, positive, hopefully.
Well, I don't want to talk too much. I'm just hold on. No, I don't even want to do that. Yeah, all right. I don't want to tell the man business, but he ain't good. He's doing well.
Hey Joe.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, I appreciate you guys being up here, but I got to get up early in the morning.
No,
So
Groovy. That was great. And so you were a treat as well. I'm gonna go look at some of the links. Did you? Yeah, you sent me that shit. So I had to keep. All right, guys. Right with you.
Thank you, Anarchy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem at all. I enjoy the conversation, dude. I really do. So, but unfortunately, man, until the weekend comes up, I gotta get up early. Otherwise, Anyway, I appreciate you guys being up and everybody in the chat coming in, and hanging out, all that good stuff. Catch all y'all on the flip side.
Be safe. Have a good weekend coming up.